Conversations has a somewhat looser feel to it.
Yeah, it's got an almost improvisational tone.
Welcome to Stat 201. Wait a minute, it's not Stat 201 anymore. It is BAS 320. So welcome everyone to BAS 320. How is everyone doing this morning? Can everyone hear me? Can everyone see me? How are we all doing online? So one thing I want you to say hey to me if you can hear me and see me. Sometimes I'm worried. I'm like, oh no, are we streaming? We can hear you. Awesome. Dennis is now a mod. Who else wants to be a mod? Let's explain what the mods are in the chat. So I want to see everybody. Hey, Brennan, what's up? And then Benton. So you can use your own name online or you don't have to. Just make sure I kind of know, and then we'll make sure that everyone is right mods who's in the class. Just make sure if you're using a different name other than your name, email me and say, hey, this is my name online. I want to use this. Perfectly fine. As long as it's appropriate, I'll call you whatever it is. And if I mispronounce your name, please tell me. Oh, it's Brad Ant. Of course it's Brad. There we go. Okay. Yeah, you're mod. There you go. So, and so you don't have to, and you can email me your name if you want. And, sorry, I keep clicking mod, so I can't see the next message. How is everyone doing? Do we have to attend this if we are in BOSS? Oh, this is not BOSS right now. Are you talking about BOSS 320? This is BAS 320. Sorry. I need to change the intro. So the intro says Stat 201 on it, but this is Business Analytics 320. You can attend it if you want. You'll get to hear some cool stuff. I totally mean it. Like, you'll get to hear some cool stuff about regression. But how is everyone doing? Say hey to me in the chat. Become a mod. Who all is here? Don't worry. This is what we do. Ben will tell us all about the good stuff. Ben knows about Stat Nation. We got everyone in the chat. Go ahead and be saying hey. Now, what I want you to do, as I mod up everybody, you'll see your names become blue. And if I forget to mod you, you can just later on say, like, I want to be a mod. So, reason we have mods, and you can actually ask Ben about this, or other people who are in we literally just ended May term yesterday. But every once in a while, we'll have someone come into the chat who wants to say something stupid. They'll want to say something like mean or something like that. And so what we do, Ben knows what's going on. Yes. What happens is they'll come in here. Oh, people are finding out the points. They'll come in here, they'll say something to people that's pretty mean, and we just block them right away. So the reason we have mods, and we'll talk about Mewbucks here in a second. Brennan's already got some Mewbucks right there, and you can see Ben has a lot. Maybe he was in another class. You got some Mewbucks, Brennan. Great job, Brennan. I wish I could add them on the fly. I'll add other words. Mods rise up. You got it. So if something like people come into the chat who want to like disrupt and like be like, rawr, then we just immediately. What you can do, watch this. Well, who wants to be our non-mod guinea pig? I will give you, so this first week, you can only get 10 points extra credit that Brian like tosses to you. I'm changing it up, Ben. This first week, you can only get 10 points. So I'm going to throw them out in little mini 5 clusters. So who wants to be, okay, Nicholas, you're going to get 5 points here. Now, mods, since Nicholas is not a mod, and then we got to watch out, because if I ever mod someone who shouldn't be a mod, then I'd have to demod them. So Nicholas and Stevenson, I want you to say, Stats Nation is not cool. I want you to be like, Stats Nation is not cool. I want you to say it in the chat. So if someone came in and said something we found to be inappropriate in our classroom, so now don't do this. Do not hide the user on the channel. But I want you to go to their name to the right of it, and I want you to see it. And I want you to just remove what they said. Do not hide the user on the channel. I can hide users. But go to remove. Don't go to report. Don't put the user in timeout. There we go. So everyone see, if you're a mod, you can see it says Nicholas deleted it. Okay, now other Nicholas deleted it. I'm going to make this Nicholas right here a mod now. So Nicholas, you are now a mod. So up. Stats Nation is not cool. Stevenson, we're positive here. We're positive in the chat. No, don't worry. I'm just kidding, obviously. Stevenson and Nicholas, you guys get 5 points. You're on your way to your 10 points this morning. Stevenson, you are now a mod. Don't worry. We can still see what was deleted on the channel if you're a mod. But if you're non-mods, you can't see it. And then don't hide people unless they're really being disruptive. We've had people come in and say a few things that I'm like, okay, you're gone immediately. and it can just happen with a public stream. Does that make sense to everybody? So Corbin, good job. Corbin and Nicholas, other Nicholas, you guys get 5 points right there for seeing how to deal with it. And it's rare that it happens. Ben, how often do you think it happened? Maybe once a week, which we streamed 5 times a week. I don't think it even it didn't happen this week. I can't remember it happening this week, but it was rare. We probably did 20, 25 streams and maybe 2-3 times. It's rare. It usually happens on Kahoots and stuff like that are more public and say things like Kahoot, and then people are like, "Oh, I'm in your Kahoot. This guy's stupid," and we just like, "You're gone." So, and then we don't react to them. That's, if you guys know, this is about. Has anyone ever heard the saying, "Don't feed the trolls"? It's a very famous saying, and I hope I'm good at it because luckily we're not using Zoom. Because have you guys seen those videos where people Zoom bomb classes? I'm patrolling people. But we're just streaming on the internet like a streamer would. So hopefully people can't they can't because they would be able to get into Twitch and YouTube and all that stuff. But so I think we're more secure than Zoom. Not trying to invite them to do it. Anyways, stop saying that. But I want to play a game right now. I want to play a game of tag. So one thing you can do in the chat that you may not have known is you can do @ You can type @ something, like I'm going to @ Ben right here, and Ben will see his name being highlighted. I'm going to @ Stevenson, and he sees his name being highlighted. So anyone I do an @ will see their name highlighted in the chat. So I want you to go ahead and @ someone you see in the chat and just say good morning to them. Just want you to say good morning to them. Just reach out to that person. It's like, reach out to that person across the aisle right there and say, good morning, how you doing? Just say, whatever you want, like, hi, hope you like stats. Let's get some positivity in the chat right here, because that's one of our #1 rules right here. So we got some good morning from Brendan right there. Brendan, you're first. You get 5 points right there. Great job being interactive in the chat. Also, Dennis gets 5 points. Let me make Nicholas a mod and Casey a mod right here. Get some mods going right here. Keep saying hey to everybody. I always want to see that chat fill up with people saying hey to each other. So the biggest thing is, if you ask the people who are just in this class, we really keep some positive. Everyone's getting some good mornings right here. We really keep positivity here, and we treat it as though it's a community. If you were in a Zoom class, this class is nothing like a Zoom class. I can see what you guys write at all times. If you watch anything like Instagram Live, or if you watch Facebook Live, I don't know what goes live anymore, or Twitch, this is more like a Twitch, a Facebook Live, an Instagram Live. This is not Zoom. This is not Zoom. I repeat, this is not Zoom. So, Ben, how would you say, how interactive is the class? Oh, I think we have like 45 people. How many people do we have watching? I'll get to the biggest things you need to be doing. Crab Rave. Oh, you know all the secrets, Ben. We got Crab Rave going on. That's everyone's wake-up call right here. Our random Crab Rave. Actually really fun. That's what I want. That's what I want. We got Crab Raves and we got rainbows with your imagination. So our goal right here is to keep it fun, to keep it enjoyable. I actually want you to... yesterday was the last day of May term. They're like, oh, I'm gonna miss coming to this in the morning. And I think, is it Nicole? Are you in there? Joshua? Yes. I've seen all the names. I'm like, is that a new student? Because I've been answering all the emails. This class is hilarious. That's awesome. That's what I like to see. I want you guys to enjoy. We stay on topic. Obviously, we're gonna do a lot of learning, but this is me trying to tell you the pace of the class for the first 10 minutes or so. Do you have any rules against links? If you do post a link, please tell everyone what it is and kind of tell me beforehand. Be like, hey, Brian, can I post the link to the normal curve applet? Or I'll post the link. Or I might ask you to post links. And also, I do say this. Good, Dennis, 5 points. If you click a link from anybody, please be careful. Like, there's the off chance I could mod someone who shouldn't be a mod. Mods can post links. So there's just careful clicking links. That's always a rule of online, is like careful clicking a link. So I usually try to be the one who posts the links, or I might ask you guys post the link to the Stats 1 webpage. And once again, always be careful clicking links online. If you want to make sure you're clicking the right link, click a link from me, or you could say, hey, Brian, can you post this link? And I'll post it. I do every once in a while ask a chat to post it. So I don't have rules against it, but then I do ask that you, with your own safety, click links. Does that make sense, Dennis? How's that sound? And please ask questions of me like Dennis is doing. Dennis, amazing job. Yes. You know what I've thought about making? I've thought about making a Discord. So what's the max points we can get? 5 points, 10 points today, and I'm throwing them out in 5-point clusters. So you know what? Ben's bringing up a good point right here. Ben, you get some 5 points. I'm trying to keep the point economy good right here. Dennis, send me the link to the group me too. I used to get invited to the group me. Now no one invites me. No one invites me. +1 for Discord. I do like some Discord. Dennis, Dennis, email me about this Discord stuff because I want to make a Stat 201 Discord and I want to make, so Dennis, let's talk about that. Email me, Dennis. I'm throwing Dennis a crazy 50 points. This is crazy. I'm already breaking the point economy, but this is a big thing. This is a big thing. Dennis, I want you to talk to me about Discord. That way we can have a BAS 320 Discord and maybe you can, because I could do all the research, but if you tell me how to do it, if you explain it to me, if we help set it up, then, and Steven, I just made you a mod, I think it'll help. And then we could have like channels like where people could, you know, talk about things, share code in a good way, not like share homework assignments, but that'd be awesome, Dennis. So Dennis, if you're my Discord person, that would really help and keep us on track. Who wants us to help make a Discord here? Inflation just skyrocketed. I know. Okay, I'm cute. There we go. Well, you should see what it, you get 5 points. Let me make this very clear. You get 5 points when you're watching and you're interacting. So what you can do, everyone go here and type exclamation mark points. I can't remember what. So yes, you want the, yes, Casey wants the Discord. Awesome. Casey, 5 points right there. Can we have both Discord and Groupie? We could. I would probably say we should do Discord, and I think Discord's better. So if you do exclamation mark points right now, you can see how many points you have. And let me talk about the points here. You can also see how many points Ben was showing off his points here earlier. Everyone's doing points right now. So Streamlabs, there we go. You can see Streamlabs is reporting your points, and it's based on how long you've been watching and how much you've been interacting. So watching and interacting gets you points. So as everyone sees right here, if you watch, if you interact, you get points. And so don't worry if I don't throw you points. Obviously, you can see some of you. Albert's already at 20. So you can get up to 50 points pretty quickly. Don't worry, I haven't destroyed the point economy yet. Hopefully, I'll try not to do it this summer. But you do exclamation mark points. You can see your points at any time. Just to talk about those real briefly, here is the point economy. Where did I put it on here? I put it on here somewhere. There's the point economy. So the people in pretty much everybody in mini-term got to this. And then we'll do it like this. That says who watched live. So if you notice right here, group me. Wow, it's already up. Cool. Awesome. Send it to me after class and I'll make sure and everything if you guys want. Like send that to me, Dennis. I'll vet it and everything if you guys want. Dennis, you're awesome. That's insanity. And send all these links to me. We can talk about that here briefly after this about emails. And I'll vet everything if you'll want. I'll go through the links. I'll make sure and everything. So, wow, Dennis. So we have here 0 points. If you get 0 points, you get 0 points on your overall grade. Right now, if you have 15 points, what would that be? That would be this on your overall grade. So right now, if you have 15 points, you get that amount of points on your overall grade. So you're working your way up. Does that make sense? I think pretty much all students will get to the 1 point. I think a lot of students will get to the 2 points. And I do start to hopefully not ruin the point economy. But Dennis, send me all this because that's an amazing help. And I think a lot of students will really, really benefit from that. And then I put a crazy limit on the points. 10,000 points total. So you can check your points at any time. A lot of people check them at the start of class right here. But so Cameron, 5 points right there. And if you get points from me, like I'm saying right now, if you get points, I want you to do the following. So, oh, good to see you here. And let's see. I want you to email me with BAS 320 dash your initials. So mine is Brian Joseph Stevens dash title here. So, and don't worry if there's a I'll tell you if there's a mistake. But this format right here, I want to see people put this format in the chat. You don't have to put your initials. You can just put my initials for now, or you can make up some fake initials. Like here, I'm gonna make up one. You ready? I'm gonna put BAS 320. My name is Alan Sampson now, and so I'm gonna put when is the test? And so right here. And does everyone see? Yes, Dennis. You know what? Yes, Dennis. Perfect there. So remember, you don't have to put your initials in the chat if you don't want. So and right here, this is what we would do. And once again, you are going to put the title. Points are great. Yes, that's a great one right there. I like that. Points. Exactly. So the whole point of the title here is so I can see what you're actually talking to me about. So you can say something like quizzes, or like what do? We do what are they called? I can't even think of the name of them. They're called activities. So this just lets me know what the email is about. And then I need to know crab raves. Heck yeah, crab raves all day long. So whatever it is, make sure I'm Pickle. You guys just want me to say all these things. So put whatever it is, I'm Pickle Rick, but make sure it's connected to whatever you're actually talking about. As long as you're like, hey Brian, about that new Rick and Morty episode, which I'm not caught up yet. My fiance and I are gonna watch all the new ones when we get to Texas. Long story on that. I'll tell you more about that later. But don't worry, class is fine. People know who know me. But make sure to put the title here, such as like, when is the test? So when you write me an email, binge it. Oh, it's so awesome. Rick and Morty's so good. And right here, when you start your email, you can just literally say, one, you can call me Brian. That's my name. I don't have a PhD, so I'm not Dr. Stevens. I have a master's degree in business analytics. I've been teaching for a decade. That's a little bit on me. And I've been online teaching for about 5 or 6 years. So hopefully you guys like this format. It's kind of been created over time, and I find it to be fun and interactive. And Ben was just in it, and we've had other people who hopefully, I don't know, hopefully you like it. So you can just call me Brian, and when we start out right here, you can just say like, is the test this Thursday? That's all you need to say. And then you say, Brian, your name. You can be Ben. Awesome. Ben with 5 points. 10-point max today. So we have right here, this is how I want your emails to look, quick and to the point. Who here can explain, does Brian respond to you quickly in emails? Does Brian respond to you quickly, yes or no? Will I respond to your emails quickly? Obviously, I won't be responding until like noon today because I'll be online the whole time. So if you email me, yes, very fast. Yep, very quickly. I will respond as quickly as I can to your emails. And keep to this format. It really helps me because I can see exactly what class you're in. This is used so your emails don't overlap. Sonic, gotta go fast. And then we have right here, when is the test? So you don't really have to say much in the start of the email, like I'm in such and such class, I'm such and such, you know, like I was wondering about such and such, Mr. Stevens, could you please? No, just like boom, boom, email, got it. And so I look at the email, I reply, and if I don't go into enough detail, tell me, be like, Brian, I'm still confused. I'll explain in greater detail. Don't worry about a follow-up. I try to reply to every email as quickly as I can. Obviously, when I'm teaching online or I'm creating tests or I'm asleep, I'm not responding to emails, but I'm always looking at it. I like that email box zero, that inbox zero. That's what I try to get to. It's my video game win right there. And so, once again, everyone found, hopefully I'm not seeing things in the emails where it says, Brian, I can't find the lecture for this morning. You guys found the lecture. However you found it this morning, you did great. I'm going to try, Ben was in class where I sent out reminders every morning, but added you on Discord and emailed you a Discord link once you'll, oh my gosh. Once you join, Dennis, you're an all-star, man. That's awesome. Wow. See, I wish I had been making Discords, because people who know how to make them are like, yeah, it's easy. It's probably just like create Discord, name Discord, description Discord. Like, I don't know. I just haven't done it, so I don't know the ins and outs of it. I can mute myself. Okay. So my faculty information right here, I am Brian Stevens. 1 million. No 1 million yet. Who knows by the end, maybe. It's email address, bstevens@utk.edu. That's my email address. Also, please note this. Some people sometimes email bstevens3, or I am not bstevens3. I am the original B. Stevens. I was the first person to get the email. I've been at UT since 2001. Not teaching, obviously, but I started undergrad here in 2001 after transferring from Appalachian State. It's a little bit more about me right there. Is this the... Yes. So we have a class right after ours. So you guys crack me up in the chat. The OG, the original B. Stevens. So we got here. I'll do office hours after 474. One thing that's really cool, and I really like this, if you notice what the streams are titled, they're titled like BAS 320, BAS 474. Rather than shut down this stream and start up a new stream, I'm going to I'm going to start the other class after your guys' class. But you might be saying, well, wait a minute, this is going to be really confusing. How will I know like what you taught for my class and what you taught for the other class? We've got something really cool that they had just added to YouTube they just added in this thing called chapters. So this is a 4-hour stream that I did right here. It's a 4-hour stream, which a lot of my streams might be closer to 4 hours for you guys because I might do office hours after. But if you notice, whoa, where's my chapter edits in it? Oh no. I put that in last night, I thought. Well, maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't hit save. There we go. Oh, I might not have hit save on it last night. So, oops, Brian made a mistake. There we go. If you notice right here, it says start of stream. And then you notice here, here's what we're covering. So you can see everything we are covering right here in this stream. So when you hover over it, you can literally see the different parts. I try to make it as clear as possible. Like if you go to this, you'll literally see, I'm talking about type 1, type 2 errors. You go right here. Here's more on tests and intervals. You go here. Here's comparing means. Then here's chapter 17 homework. So it's pretty easy to see. There's also timestamps below it where I add the timestamps in. So you could literally click this right here and it'll bring you right to that part of the lecture I'm talking about errors. So my goal is that you can pretty easily see what parts of the lecture are covered. You just simply click where you want to go or hover over the timeline. It's really easy to see at the very start of this, just what's being covered. So use this to review. If you want, add extra notes within the bottom. So one thing I want to mention is you can get 5 points also a day for commenting on videos. So 5 points for commenting a day. I'm putting in the chat. So what do I mean by commenting? I mean go down here and add a comment to the video. So go down here. We got Gordon Ramsay advertising. That looks so good, that burger. Eat that burger. So comment on videos if you want. Remember, the comments are public, but I mean, it's just a comment on a public YouTube video, as long as you're okay with that. And those are worth 5 points. Those are also there if people can't come to class. I want people to have another way of getting points, and I'll probably add in a few more ways. One thing you might notice about the YouTube channel is there are sometimes ads on videos. So one thing I want to point out, like the which function right here, I think has an ad. She's trying to tell me about how to code. Do we email you after class? Yep. Email me if you comment on the video. Whoops. Let's go back here. So one thing I want to point out, let me close out of this tab. So the reason that there's ads on the videos is I want to start kind of like, I have 3 ideas, and you guys tell me what sounds best. I need some votes on this. Let's do a vote in the chat. You ready? We'll get to see the whole voting scheme right here. So I'm going to start a vote. You guys get to see what a vote is in the chat right now. Let me log in here so I can actually start the vote. So I'm going to give you 3 ideas, and I'm going to give them by their first letter. So one idea I have for the money we make from the YouTube channel is to do a scholarship. And we would try to make it higher and higher. Like it would be, you know, like right now we only have made $35 over the first month and a half. So we'll eventually get to $100. So I think it'd be pretty cool if we had a scholarship. And that's one idea I have right now is to do a scholarship. It might say a poll was just completed, but if it did, ignore it. So one idea is a scholarship, and we could try to up the amount. So let's put here S for scholarship, and that'll be S. Another idea I have is pizza parties. Like we could just do an end of semester pizza party, which everyone would get to go to. And then a third idea I have is tutoring. So that's T for tutoring. And so I've got the poll, and you'll just have to put in the first letter, and we're going to do a vote. So Ben's probably going to show us, ignore that last vote right there. So there's the 3 options right there. You can pick S, P, or T, but I'm going to show you how to vote because it's interesting how you vote. You type !vote. There we go. Yep, you got it right there. Dennis, you know what's going on. Dennis is showing everyone how to vote right there. You do !vote, and then you put the one you want in the chat. So vote for what you want. We got some tutoring. We got some scholarships. Make all those votes. If you are voting, you get 5 points right now. I'm going crazy. I'm giving a bunch of people points. Maybe you can get up to 10 points today, but Dennis broke the record already with 50 points. Dennis is the only one who's broken the rules. And maybe I sold it while I was saying it. Maybe I put a little bit of response bias in there, but I am partial to the scholarship also. So I am partial to the scholarship, and I think that would be a really cool thing to have like a Stat 1 scholarship. So I can close the poll, I can complete the poll, and we can see what won the poll. So a lot of times when I want to know what people think, I'll ask you guys to do a poll, or you guys can ask me to do a poll. You're like, hey, Brian, let's do a poll on this. Let's see what people think. Or like, can we do a poll? And I can just run a poll in the chat. And so it should report the results to us. You can tell us how it went, Streamlabs. You can keep this secret. Did I click the button? I did click the button. We should see it. It's probably in the chat now. Streamlabs. It was scholarship. Streamlabs should report the end of the poll here. But it should say scholarship was the winner with this % of the vote. So the longer it takes, the more I'm like, really, Streamlabs? click close, include people. Scholarship one, I promised you. You can see all the S's in the chat. Just, I hate it when Streamlabs doesn't listen to me. It's going to do it now when I stop talking about it. Okay. There you go, literally. Yes, Streamlabs. The points you get, oh, you've got in chat there, perfect. The points you get stay throughout the whole semester. And so I've got to make sure I got to record Ben's points because Ben, I got to look at where Ben was at and then add to it. So Ben already was in a class where we had the points. I'm going to let him keep his points, but then I'll look at where he was at. Hey, Philip, good to have you here. And so with this right here, let's see what else we have. Here's the YouTube channel. You're on the YouTube channel, so you know where that's at. Here's what you'll generally see. Here's where the uploads are at. Oh, the vote's already over. Don't worry, but Scholarship definitely won out. Scholarship had 85% of the vote. The chat is public, as you can see, and just have fun in the chat. Enjoy. I want you guys to interact with each other. I want you to, I want you to just talk and interact. Like, I want you to, when someone's stuck, I want you to help them out. I give points for helping people out. 5 points if you help out your friend. And you know what? I'm going to keep that as like an honor system. If you at someone and help them out, you get 5 points. Did everyone hear that? I want someone to ask a question right now, and I want people to help out. Like, Brian's working away here. Who's going to ask the question? Who's going to ask a question? Like, Brian's working. Brian's like, da-da-da. It looks like I'm looking at you, but I'm like, I'm coding away. Let's get some code on the screen. Let's get some R on the screen. Brian is coding away. Up. We got some questions in the chat. Brian's not looking. Brian's, he's got his randomness code on the screen. Brian's, wait, I can solve this for us right here. Wait, look at that. And we got people adding each other. We got people adding each other in the stream right here. So that's what we want to see. So nice. Yes. What's the best way to take notes? You know what I might do? If I was taking notes in the class, we won't be using Turning Point. No Turning Point. Great question, Philip, right there. No Turning Point. So, and make sure, I think, because I added people at Star Stream, email me if you were not a mod. If you were not a mod, I want you to email me and say, Brian, I was not a mod, and I will mod you up. You'll become a mod. If I was taking notes in this class, I would have R open, and I would take notes inside of R. So everyone should have R installed right now. Take notes on R functions and arguments. Yeah, I would do this right here. What you can do is you can use a script, or you can use an R Markdown file. So an R Markdown file is basically like a workbook. It right here has a Word document in it, and this is really great for us to learn right here. So here's an R Markdown file. Does everyone see the difference between this file and this file? Okay, first person, I'm going to throw you your full 10 points of the day. In R Markdown file, its icon is what color? In R Markdown file, its icon is what color? So this is, you should know there's a difference between the icons, and the R Markdown file has an icon of what color? Red. Jordan, amazing job. 10 points, Jordan, right there. You know what's going on. It's red. Now, this is an R script. So this is an R script. 5 points, everyone else. Getting up to that 10 points today. Jordan's already there. So we have here an R script versus an R Markdown file. Is everyone hearing this? R script, R Markdown file. So let me tell you the difference here. An R Markdown file is like a Word document with an R script portion. Does everyone notice right here that this is slightly grayed out? It's slightly gray. This is what we call a code chunk. This is just like a Word document chunk. I don't know if we would call it that, but I call it that. So it is that. But it's like you can just type whatever you want right here. It doesn't matter. But down here, if you do that, it's going to get angry with me. Show me that error. Okay, I'll try to run it. There we go. It can't find it. Because it treats this as code. This down here is code. This is not code. Do you notice I couldn't run this? It eventually went down. So, oh, it did try to run it now? Maybe they've updated in R 4.0. But I would not put code right here. This is not meant to be code right here. I'm going to try something I usually don't try. Oh my gosh, they changed it. So apparently, you're not supposed to know anything. If right now you know absolutely nothing, you are right on track with the course. You say, Brian, all I know is R comes after Q, R comes after Q. I had to check. If you know that, you're on track. So you should know R comes after Q, and R is the programming language. And please ask questions. Please ask questions. But this is the software we will be using. And so a lot of times, and this is what I would do if I was in the class, I would have here an RMD file. In the RMD file, you can just take your notes. Spell it properly, though. So I'd have this open to the side, and I'd take your notes. Now, here's the thing. You can go to Insert R Chunk. I'm pausing right now. Hopefully, people have R open. Remember, this is recorded, so you can review what I've said here. So this is an R chunk. So when we put in an R chunk right here, this is where we're supposed to put code. And I think they might have updated in R 4.0. So you can put your code right here. You could say like 2 plus 2. And this is, do you see how it's a different color than when we put it out here? All of a sudden now, this is code inside of here. And this is telling you what language it is in. There's other options. We won't be using them in the class. But you could code in other languages. People were asking about SQL. A few people emailed me and said, tell me about SQL. And if was it you, Jonathan? Talking about Dave Ramsey and SQL? But I thought, I was like, whoa, Dave Ramsey uses SQL. There are people using SQL. I mean, I know that, and I'm glad to hear Ramsey Solutions is using SQL. Their company is, because it's a very important programming language or software option to use. So with this in mind right here, all you should know about R right now, we're going to go back talking about the class a bit more, is that R is the programming language we will use. Yep, I remember that right there. And so you can do SQL inside of R. You would just go here, and you would go and put a SQL chunk wherever you want to do it. So you go here to Insert SQL. Now you got a SQL chunk. Whenever I try to open an R Markdown file, I have to update patches. Yes. So Nicholas, 5 points there, Nicholas. Whenever you do it, when you go to File, New Markdown file, it should ask you to install those. When does the extra credit due? You just email it to me. Email me after class. And that's how you turn your extra credit. Great question there, Ryan. And so you just install those packages. Does that make sense to everybody? When it asks you to install the packages, just click yes, and that'll install it. When you install things, it goes to the CRAN server. So don't worry, I'm going to install something here. And I'm going to install reg class, which is what we'll install for our class. So I'm going to put this code up here so you can see it. This is what it runs. And so this is just going to install. Now, install goes to the CRAN server unless you change your repositories. Be careful. You don't want to put in repositories you shouldn't go to. But it just went to the CRAN server right here, which is the official R server. So everything there is supposed to be vetted. And this is Dr. Petrie's reg class that he created. So this line of code right here reaches out to the internet and starts to install it. Now, please ask questions because I'm sure I'm doing things that people have no idea what I'm doing. Let me write this beside it. I click Control-Enter. Or Command-Enter. And I click Control-Enter or Command-Enter to run a code. Can you show how to get the screen from R again? Yes. To show how to get the screen from R again, which one, Jonathan, are you wondering about? Which thing are you wondering about specifically? Which screen from R? This is an R script, which would be under here, under R script. So these are R scripts right here. A lot of times I mean, you can work in R script if you want. I mean, it won't end the world. But R markdowns kind of are more like if you're taking down a notebook and you want to put your code here and then do this. And you go here and you go to R markdown file under the plus and you go to R markdown. There's lots of options. And I don't even know what this is. I know what a Shiny app is. I've made Shiny apps. Those are a lot of fun. Did this help out here, Jonathan? Does that answer your question? That's it? Awesome. I was like, what else have I done? What else have I done? So I was just like redoing my steps. So when you click this right here for the first time, it will install R Markdown. It will install R Markdown. So I think we're good on that. Course description, regression modeling. We're going to make some lines. We're going to make lines, but we're going to go beyond that. Don't worry. For anyone who is freaked out right now, for anyone who's like, oh my gosh, programming language. Oh gosh, this is a lot. We start out with the most basic of things. We start out literally. We start right here. Here's the intro to business analytics. We'll be doing that soon. We start in this class with just 2 plus 2. The very first things I'm going to teach you to code, I'll teach you right now. When you're coding right here at the start of this class, you'll learn that you do addition like this. 5 points. Who can tell me in green what this is when I put a hashtag next to a code? When I put a hashtag next to a code, someone probably knows it who's coded before. When I put a hashtag next to something in the code, what is it? A comment. Dennis, 5 points right there. Yep, and Brennan, you guys got it. That's a comment. That's not meant to run. Stefan, also 5 points. And Jacob and Sarah. Yep, it's a comment. Yep, it's just a comment. You can write whatever you want right here. So automatically, you see you've just learned a few things. And we oftentimes put comments in our code so people can see what we're doing. It's just a comment. You can write any Can be anything you want. But this code before it is a different color. So I like these color schemes. And I'll have to remember I'm going to change it for the next class. So you might see I'm using a different color scheme next class. We might even vote on it. So we're going to learn how to code. We're going to learn how to do regression. And we're going to start from the very beginning. We're even going to go over Stat 201. So if you're like, oh, I haven't had stats in a long time. I'm way behind. Brian, I haven't had stats in 2, 3, 5, 10 years. I don't know. I never even took stats. Somehow they let me in this class. You could, I would not suggest it, but I could imagine a hardworking student could do well in this class and have never taken an intro stats course. So I would not suggest it. You'd have a more uphill battle, but if you're a little rusty, oh wait, Ben, you're messing with me. I would not suggest it, but you could catch back up, Ben. 5 points, Ben. I know it's only 10-point limit today for the first week. I'm going to do like 20 the next week, then like 30. So we'll keep upping it. So remember, it's more important than ever to come to class and interact. So there we go. 3 years. Yep. Brennan right there, 5 points. Textbook. So if you saw I sent out the new link for the textbook, please tell me if that works or doesn't work. Thank you for the person who said the link was not working originally. And then, yep. So we'll catch you back up, Austin. We'll get you back on track here. And I also sent out the second chapter of the textbook. The first chapter of the textbook is literally like, stats is cool. Stats is cool. And then the second chapter gets more serious. Also, we'll be learning how to code. So if you order the textbook now, you'll have it way ahead of time. They're also doing an electronic version. So it works. That's awesome. And calculator right here, 5 points, Casey right there. Calculator, you can use the TI, but it doesn't work. Email me about that and we will get it working. What's the difference between the mute points and the points you give us? The points I give you, you will need to email me at bstevens@utk.edu and say something like extra credit. And say something like, you can then reply to this email. You can reply to this email with your extra credit whenever you get it, but you have to track your own points, Emily, like 5 points right there, Emily. And you can only get up to 10 points today, but I'm going to keep throwing out these 5 points. And you track these points, and then they're added on to your mu points. So these points are added on, so you can always see your points in class. And probably a lot of you right now are probably up to like 30, 40 points. Go ahead, someone look at their points. You've been getting points this whole time by being here, by interacting. Just be here, interact, and then I add in more. See, I've got a bunch of points, and Ben does too. But do we have assignments? You will have, I think there's like 11 or 12 assignments. We'll also talk about the first assignment here in a little bit. But you'll see your points just keep going up. Your points just keep going up, 20, 25 points, 40 points. So just keep interacting, keep talking. I think you can get points for checking your points, but there's like a time interval how you get points. See, everyone's on 35 points. If you're coming to class every day, and if the point system, if we're low on it, I try to scale it so that most people, like if you're here and you're interacting, you get the full 2 points. So I kind of took a guess at where we should be at. I'm always trying to reevaluate the system and make sure it's optimized. But you can see you're getting points. By the end of class, you'll probably have over 100 points. I think so, if I'm looking at the time right. So that is how that works right there. We understand the points. Computing, RStudio and R. There we go. Griffey just joined it. Hey, so be here. Interact. Awesome. So email etiquette. Just email me with BAS320, your initials. Don't say yo man. Also, don't be mean to me. I know this seems like an obvious thing, but don't be mean to me. It's like 1 in 100 emails. Someone will be like, Brian, you did this, and I don't think you should have done that. I try to make it even sound a little nicer than they were. It's like, Brian, you did this, and that was wrong. And I'm like, I think it was like I closed an assignment, and like I said it would be open till like midnight, and like let's say I said I would move an assignment, and for some reason things like I forgot or something, you could say, Brian, I saw the assignment is closed. Isn't it supposed to be open till this? That's fine. But if you're like, you said this and you know, it's still whoa. Just, I'm your instructor still. But I say this, but it's only like 1 in 100 students. And I don't want to be mean to that student, but maybe they're mean to everybody. But so maybe I'm not the exception. I'm just the regular old, that's how they talk to everybody. So they shouldn't do that. I didn't like that email. But don't worry about, I don't want to get people worried about the email. If you just email me like a regular person, you're like, Brian, when is the test? I'll be like, here's the test. Brian, did you say this in class? oh, I said this. So just treat me like you would a normal person that you have regular respect for. And it doesn't mean anything really super special that I'm your instructor. It just means don't be mean to me. That's not cool. That's what it means. There we go. A lot of people, let me say this. When it comes to coding, so the 20 points from the extra credit added to the mu points? Yep. When I add you points, you can get up to 10 points today, but Dennis has 50. When I give you points, they'll be added to your mu points. And one of the biggest things I want to stress about this class is that learning how to code is not some small task. But I want to talk about a student who I had last summer who took, and I'm bummed that my fiance and I are moving to Texas next summer semester, so I'm not doing 474 because I wish, and in the future I think we need to have where we do 320 and then 474, because a student last summer, Juliet, took 320 and then 474 and just went straight through, and they found it so easy. They didn't lose any of their knowledge. They kept coding strong, and one of the things they said to me is they knew somebody who had been learning how to code on their own for like either was like 6 months or a year. This person had been trying to learn to code on their own. And in the 2 months of courses, Juliet was well beyond them. Like they couldn't code a for loop. And Juliet's like, well, that's easy. Yeah, of course, it's just code the for loop, and she could do it. So the skill set you get in this concentrated time in the summer, if you try to do it on your own, which you can learn to code on your own. And coding is a very strong skill set. But I'm here to help. I'm going to be making videos for you guys if you haven't seen. I'm going to push you by having you do assignments. So the assignments might be a little tricky. They might be a little bit tough, but they push you. They make you think. They push your mind beyond being like, I'll just sit down and try to learn some stuff. Now you're like, okay, I have to do this. I have to do this. I have to learn this. So the skill set you will get from this course will be well beyond what someone would normally get if they try to learn to do it on their own. And in 2 months, she was well beyond this person who'd been doing it for like 6 months or a year. It was a longer period of time. And she was like, yeah, he really doesn't know how to code, and he's been trying to learn it on his own. So that's one of the things I really like about this class. And why do we code? It gives you, it's a skill set for many jobs. Has anyone ever seen a job that has a coding skill set requirement, or jobs that want people to code? Who here's seen that? Who here's seen a job? 5 points. Give me some answers here. Who's seen a job that's like, we want people who code. We want people who know how to code all the time. It's like become a meme, like learn how to code. Not everyone needs to know how to code, but yes, it's all the time. It's everywhere. Know how to code. It's a very important thing. It's a strong skill set. You're going to see it just in so many job postings. And that's what we do right there. Business analytics, PepsiCo. Yeah, exactly. Yes, Pepsi's all about, what languages do you know? And I will say this, if people are asking about like Python, doesn't hurt to know Python. Doesn't hurt to know Python. Oh, Phil, let me make you a mod here, Philip. I think you might have, what did you say? Oh, analytics. Streamlabs gets mad at analytics. Streamlabs gets a little bit, don't worry, you said nothing bad, Philip, but I've made you a mod here, Philip, so Streamlabs will not. Streamlabs is savage. Streamlabs, I got to put like analytics on like an exception. So it's like, Streamlabs does not like analytics. It's a robot. It doesn't like analytics. There's all the topics in the course, grading, all this good stuff. Here's the homework is worth 35%. So the language we learned for different codes in our language, such as C++ or Java. I wish we learned C++ and Java, Ben. That'd be awesome. We just stay focused on R to give people like, we decided that we're going to like, instead of rather scattering across different languages, we're going to focus in on one. And then we figure if you get really strong skills in one language, it'll help you learn another language. Does anyone know like 2 or 3 coding languages? I know one person was saying that they've already done C++, and was it maybe also Java? Someone said they know it. Is our assignment tomorrow supposed to be answered as a Word? I'll get to that, Ben. Jonathan. It'll be knitted. It'll be a Word document. I'll show you that. I'll plan to do it. I know a little C++. I'd like to learn Java. I did C++ in computer science. Comp Sci, is that computer science 102? Yeah, and the more languages you know, the better you are, like for jobs. So if you're like, I know no languages, don't worry. This class is going to get you up to speed on R and get you a decent skill set. Python, yep, awesome. I'm going to Griffin a mod right here. They go add mod. I work in web design, so if we're counting markup languages, there you go. The more you know, the better. Dennis, that is awesome. And thank you for your help in this, Dennis. That is no wonder you know how to do it. You're good at what you do. Okay, one big thing I want to point out. Do not email me late work. Do not email me late work. If you miss the deadline for the assignment, it's missed. Now, here's some really, 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 really awesome news. Where is it? I like the stuff we put in here, like all this stuff right here. Whatever happened, don't worry. We drop 2. Did I put the 2 in here? You're free to discuss what you have. Do not send each other work. Do not, like in the Discord, do not say, like, here's my assignment, take a look at it. Don't do that. That's cheating. But you can, like in the Discord or in the group me, say, like, I'm stuck. Can someone look at my code? But just don't be posting, like, it. There's this fine line between, I'd say it's more like a gap. There's a whole gap between cheating and helping. If you are helping someone, they're saying, I am stuck, look at this, or can you explain to me how to do it? If you're cheating, you're basically saying, here's the answer. So you really want to push people to think. So you want to be like, let me explain this to you. I'm never going to get onto someone, but don't just email someone full answers. Don't be like, here's the answer to that question. You want to push people to think. And if we build that community, which is my goal, where people are helping each other and someone's like, I have no idea how to code this. And someone's like, oh, well, this is what the function does. And so what argument would you need first? Ask more questions. When you're helping people, ask questions and let them ask you questions. And that's how we can make sure that we're building this community that helps each other learn, because that's the goal. Imagine if the whole class is full of people helping each other learn. That's what we want. So we got that right there. Please do not email me your late work. Please do not. Someone's going to do it, and then I'm going to email you back, and I'm going to say, here's the thing I will say. I'll say the good news is that we're dropping 2 assignments. 2 assignments. That's crazy. That's like 20% of your work. 2 assignments will be dropped. Do you guys want me to do that? Should we do that? Yes or no? Drop 2 assignments. See if you guys, everyone listening right now. Should we drop 2 assignments? I mean, I could just drop 1. Drop none. I could add in some zeros and not drop those. Yes. So we're going to drop the 2 assignments. It's yes. Okay, it's unanimous. Okay, cool. Okay, as long as it's unanimous. I don't see 1 no. 10 assignments. 2 for sure. I like it right there. 3. So we got yes, please. Awesome. Good. Everyone's awake, getting those points, interacting in chat. That's what we want. Sounds good to Corbin. So we got this right here. Don't email me your late assignments. Please, please, please don't email me. And I will say this. See, I just said don't email me anything. Please tell me if something crazy happens, like if the current world event finds itself in your life. Please tell me. A lot of times we'll work with the Dean of Students then, because I want to treat all students fairly. So if something bad happens, you get into an accident, please tell me, and then we try to work with the Dean of Students, because we try to treat all students fairly. That way it's not like, oh, Brian gave this person more time, Brian made this exception to this student. It's a very personal thing when we have to make exceptions, and it's not like, hey, Brian, I forgot to turn the assignment, or hey, Brian, I was 5 minutes late. And I will say this. You have to knit your assignments, and we'll talk about that more in a moment, because we'll basically do assignment 1. You have to knit your assignment, so do not wait to the last minute to do them, because there's oftentimes errors. I suggest not waiting to knit until, I would try to submit your assignments before 11. You'll probably be fine, but there'll be that time when you try to do it and something crazy happens. I oftentimes am checking my email late at night up till 11. I know our class is at 8. I'm going to try to sleep then. So there will be someone in the class who's trying to knit it at like 11:54. What's knit mean? Let's talk about that since we're talking about assignments. Good question, Ben. 5 points, Ben, right there. So when you do something in R, you'll be working in an RMD for your assignments. So we have right here the RMD file. And you can go here to the top arrow and go to knit. And you can knit, Steph1 right here. Let's make Steph1 a mod right here. You are right. It's like compiling the code. And it compiles it into a Word document. So you can actually see right here, and saying a few more mods. We're going to go to knit to Word. We're just going to go ahead and call this like test knit. And it'll knit it to Word for us. And we should see Word open. And there we go. So now I've created a Word document right here. And look at it. Here's the code right here. It ran the code and it made a summary. And you'll knit inside of RStudio. Yep. And that's one of the benefits of our studio is you can knit something to Word right here. So I could literally, you know, like do this. I could say like 1 through, don't do something. Oh, this is a good thing to bring up too. Let's knit this to Word. Okay, so this is going to be pretty interesting right here. Now, what's going to happen is, oh, did it not do it? Oh, that I put it in that section. This says include equals false. So it wasn't included. I knew I did that. It's always there. This is a setting for that chunk. These are called chunks. Echo means it's not going to show the code. So that echo equals false right there. Note the echo false, not going to show the code. Yep. And so let's go to knit to Word. And yep, Stefan, 5 points. Very good answer right there. Stevenson. Sorry about that. Uh-oh. Brian's going to lose points on his assignment. Brian gave excessive output. Whenever you knit, you should immediately look at your document you knitted. This tiny little bit of code, 5 points, who can tell me what this code does? Who can tell me what this code does? You're learning more about code while learning what this does. I tried these packages and received this error message. Our tools. Nicholas, maybe email me and I'll get it fixed up right there. Email me, Nicholas. We'll get that fixed up. Is that what it's called, Anton? Creates a span? I guess it does. Nicholas, email me. We'll get that fixed up. You got it. We'll get it. So you might have to do like, because it can be specific for like your permissions on your computer. You might have to run as admin on our studio. There you go. It goes from 1 to 10,000. 1 to 10,000. 1 to 10,000. So you could see here, watch this. We could just do this. There's 5 to 50. So it's very easy to make a number sequence inside of R. And then you want to be careful, though, because when you knit it, I should not do crazy things like this. 500,000. That's 50,000, right? There's 500,000. I'm going to knit to HTML. You can actually make web pages. So let's see what happens. Oh, gosh. It's not scrolling. So now it's just ridiculous. Oh, and then it omitted. It did a max print. It only lets you print 100,000 items to the screen. And then it was like, nope, not doing it. Not. I know better than that to do that. So you can actually, if you want to make HTML web pages, you could literally make something inside of R, and then you could upload your report. Why are the 1 and 26 in brackets? Great question right there. Jonathan, I'm putting Jonathan to 20 points. I like that you asked something. This, like that, we're not even covering right now. The 1 and 26 tell you the position in the vector. So 30 is the 26th element. Great question there, Jonathan. 30 is the 26th element. 5 is the first element. So if we make a little bit longer of a vector right here, like 100, you can see what position sorry about that. You can see what position each of these elements are in. It's pretty easy to see if I do something like this, and then you'll see the numbers line up with what they're at. But this tells us, like, this is the 19th element in this vector. So if I change the size of the screen, it won't do it now, but when I rerun it, it's going to be in different spots because it printed out a different length. So it just tells me, like, this is the such and such element. It's like a position. Does that make sense? And you'll see these are positional vectors. Watch this. 5 points. Who can tell me what this code will produce? Who can tell me what this code will produce? Oh, wait. 2 seconds. It's mad. There we go. Who can tell me what this code will produce? Now it's going to give me the 4th element. Close. Oh, who can... Oh, I tricked everybody. This will just give me the 4th element of the vector 1 through 100. There's right there. The 4th element. How about if we did something like this? What will this code produce? I could put this on the midterm. These could be questions on the midterm just to see if you know some basic coding. And it could say, what will this code produce? Yes, 5 points right there. That is your 5 points. You're right. It produces 5. So if you know how to read it, that's going to produce the vector 5 through 10. And then we're asking for the first element of that vector. Does that make sense as we talk about this? Just try to read it as a sentence. Produce for me the numbers 5 through 10 and give me the first number, because that's a position thing right there. I call that position brackets. And so just understanding what the code means and how to read it, you're on your way. Like, that is a good leap into learning how to code right there. Just trying to read it as a sentence. Homework, 35%. Don't miss homework. You can miss a homework and be fine, but don't repeatedly miss homework. Don't do excessive output. If you do excessive output, it can literally crash the grading system. And please do this. I want to see it in the chat. Review your Word document before submitting. I want to see people write that for 5 points. Everyone's already got their 10 points probably, but I want you to know, review your Word document before submitting. Review your Word document before submitting. So do most languages do the same thing? Similar. A lot of similars. Malia, great job, is how you say it. Just correct me if I'm wrong, if I pronounce anyone's names wrong. Review your Word. Please do that. If you submit a Word document that is ridiculous, you could lose all your points. The grader might just not even grade it. And that hurts. It's like, oh, I worked so hard on that. But we're like, you submitted 1,000 pages. People have submitted 1,000-page assignments, and it crashes the grading system. It crashes the review system we use. So Mila. Got it. Awesome. Mila. Thank you, Mila. 5 points, Mila. So here we go. Analytics labs. I'll be helping out a lot with these. These will be recorded and posted to YouTube. So the analytics labs recorded and posted to YouTube. So you'll be able to work those. And there's just basically some pretty easy like questions. These are basically meant to be free 100s. So I really want these to be free 100s. So this is a free portion of your grade right here. The exams, we have a programming exam, which will be sent to you. Another programming exam, which will be sent to you. I totally agree. Free 15%. Boom. I basically give away the answers. I basically show the code. And if you email and you're like, I don't know, stuck on this, I'll basically help you do it. So those, you're really meant to get free hundreds on these. The exams, these are the harder things. Our take-homes, oh, there we go, programming exams. What did I miss? Take-home conceptual, yeah. Okay, I have it correct. These are tentative dates. I think we'll do it on these days. Sorry if we change it from June. Here's July 1st, our last day of class. And then right here, the programming exams. Most people are freaked out by these. Most people are like, no, I don't want to do the programming exam. And then after the first programming exam, they're like, yes, second programming exam. So the programming exams are, you will be sent an R Markdown file or an R script, one or the other. And then you will be asked to complete questions. They're pretty much right or wrong. So check your work. But I'd say the average on them is in the high 80s. So these have high 80s average. And then these have low 70s. So historically, we've seen high 80s and low 70s right here. Are the exams during class time? They are on Respondus. So these right here are Respondus. And these are emailed to you. Okay, sure then. Oh, now it does it. Emailed to you and submitted online. I usually do it through a Google form, but I might change it up. So we'll see where it's at and which way I decide to do it this summer. But you'll get more info. So more info to come. Great question right there, Sylvia. So make sure, I swear I cannot say any name right. So, but yes, keep asking questions. 5 points right there. Here's the grading scale. How do we use our studio and Respondus? You won't be using our studio during. Great question right there, Alex. So Respondus will not be using our studio. This is how you'll mainly be graded during the our studio portion. But I could ask a question on your test like, what does this code evaluate to? So I could say, solve this code. What does it evaluate to? Who would love this right now? Let's write a test question here because I have to make the new midterm on Respondus. Let's say I wrote a test question here and I said, what does this code evaluate to? Who here would like this question? Who here can answer this question? And it's like a numeric response. And they say, what does this code evaluate to? Boom. Yep. Yeah. If you guys want, we need to keep a list. This needs to be on the Discord. And there needs to be a Discord. I seriously want this to be something on the Discord. I want to, Joshua, you crack me up, man. 5 points, Joshua. I love all the random responses. No, like, you guys don't know it. Like, I love seeing what you guys say. But I would love it if there was a thing like questions Brian should ask on the midterm. It would really help me, and it would also help you guys see like what I could possibly ask. And I would seriously start picking questions from that. If there was a thing like not a tab or whatever, a channel. I think that's what they're called on Discord. It was like if it was like questions Brian should ask on Discord, I would like go through that and be like, okay, that's good. I mean, sometimes people come up with questions where I'm like, no, that just doesn't. This is a really easy question. If you know it, you know it. If you don't know it, you don't know it. And that's kind of what you want with some coding questions, where anyone who knows how to code looks at that and says, well, that's the vector 12 through 20 in the second element of it. So yeah, it's 13. And once again, I'm hitting Control Enter or Command Enter. Don't worry, you're not meant to know how to code that much right now. We're gonna get going from the start here. It's course grades. Here we go with typical student, Streamlab points, tentative schedule. We're going through like what's going on with the class. I think that's got it. Academic integrity. Please don't cheat. You can talk to each other. What's up, Cooper? Good to see you here, Cooper. Cooper, show off your points. What's up, Stat Nation? Cooper, so good to see you here. And here's our provost saying, please don't cheat. Please don't cheat. He said, please don't cheat. There. That's a low pixel density thing right there. He said, please don't cheat. What am I doing? Okay. I slowly lose my mind as time goes on. I slowly lose my mind. So we have now gone in the first hour through learning about the course and what's going on. We even did a little bit of coding. We've even done Andrew. Oh, they're here for the 9 a.m. to say hey to everybody. They're here for the 9 a.m. It's already good afternoon. Oh my gosh. It's 9 a.m., right? Okay, let's hop over here to the other screen. I'm going to resize this window. So sorry, there's going to be a little resizing going on here. Let me switch scenes right here. Let's do this. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to resize this window for our class. And I've got to redo this right here. I keep moving my cameras around. I need to lock the stand down. Wrong button. Oh, so do I need to go? There we go. There we go. Cool. Okay, then let me resize this window right here. 2 seconds. Sorry, I knew this would be a little bit of an issue. Let me go to, there's no, and computer. Wait for it. There it is, main screen capture. Here we go. Okay, so is this locked? I locked it. 2 seconds, I'm going to resize this window right here. We were doing stat to 1 before. Hopefully this resizes decently inside of here. And we're probably good on that. I'll show that further up here. Here we are as this. Resizing the window. There he goes. There's that. And I think we need to go up higher because it's not going to fit if we don't do that. There we go. There. And now let's make this the right size. There we go. It's going to go right in there. And then we got it. Just hopefully not off the screen. There we go. Look at that up. There we go. How's that look, everyone? Oh, London time? Oh, that's so cool. That's awesome. So does this look pretty good for everybody right here? Let me lock down the screen right here. And I think that'll stay to the same size every time. So let's go to main screen capture locked down. We're no longer in 201. We have left 201 world. I have to resize up stuff for 201 and whenever we go back to 201 world. But we are now talking about business analytics right here. 320. So let's do it. Okay. So what is business analytics? And this is where I'll put in a timestamp. So you'll see this portion of the lecture will be like review for, or like understanding the class. And now we're into business analytics talk. So business analytics is all about making data-driven decisions. So my father was a drinker. Joker talk. He was a statistician, still is a statistician, but he worked at companies like Eastman, Pepsi, Herc Celanese, you name it. Lipton, did I say Lipton already? But even when we were talking about Pepsi earlier, all of these companies right now are using data-driven decisions. And it was so cool. We had Pepsi come and speak to us. I guess it was last fall. It's getting longer and longer ago. But they came to UT to recruit because we have a really great business school and we have a really good analytics program. One of the things that people have said about our analytics undergraduate program is that our students really get a strong skill set in coding and data analytics. And I know that sounds crazy because it's business analytics, but there's not a lot of schools that have basically their stats department in their business department. A lot of schools still treat, and it's all right, sorry, it's not what I'm for, but they still treat stats like a math course. Stats uses mathematics. It's like finance uses mathematics, but business analytics is about using mathematics to make decisions. So why would you do business analytics? Because you want to be able to interpret the numbers that your company or business has and make data-driven decisions from it. And I'm wearing the Cardinal shirt today. Maybe Julio will swing by. I'm sure some people in the chat might know Julio. Julio currently works for the New York Yankees, and he is using all of his statistics knowledge. And it's so crazy because he took Stat 201, and he just constantly is telling me, Brian, they're talking about this. They're talking about the normal model. They're talking about probability. They're talking about like Z-scores. Yeah, just recently he was like, hey, Brian, I was reading about Z-scores right here. And they're talking about, yes, this person has this as a Z-score. And I was like, okay, I know what that means. And it's, yeah, Brendan, right. I know. And Julio is a former World Series baseball player. He played for the Texas Rangers. We've got the interview online posted with him. We did an interview, and you'll probably see him swing by the chat. Like he swings by, and I want to record a hype video with him where he tells the students to do well for the class. He dropped in during the May term to say hi, and he would appear and he'd answer a question, which makes me wonder how long he was sitting around. Because it makes me smile to think like he was just watching it and they heard a question. He's like, boom. And so I'd ask a question and be like, so what will the mean be for this? Or what would be the Z-score? And he'd be like, boom. And he'd say like what the Z-score was. And so he knows his stuff. He knows stats really, really well. And I think people should realize that statistics and business analytics are something that are applicable to so many job fields. When we used to think about, Moneyball is the famous example. Can I draw on this? Well, I will get drawing working on this as the semester goes on. Sorry. It's just, that's what I hate. If I change it to PowerPoint, it gets weird. People in baseball used to go off hunches. Don't go off hunches. Go off data. You should have an understanding of it. Like I always say to my brother, he's better at pharmaceutical statistics than I am because he's a pharmacist. But then I know the stat methods better than him. But then I teach him how to do the stats, and then he's better than me because he knows the pharmacy stuff and he knows the statistics. So he can do better because I don't know the pharmacy stuff, and that would take him way long to teach me the pharmacy stuff. So, yes. We've got right here regression, all this good stuff right here. What we'll be doing in this class, regression, nonlinear relationships. Causal effects are a really hard thing to nail down. We really want to be very careful if we say that something causes something else. Like I wouldn't even say like in statistics you wouldn't say like the heat causes people to go to the pool or summertime causes people to go to the pool. We'd probably say there's a strong association between time of year and people going to the pool. There's a strong association between time of year and people going to the pool. We don't like to say causal unless we do experiments, and that's a whole course on design of experiments. Yep, the PowerPoints are posted. Great question right there. I'm going to hop to the main screen real quick. Just so the PowerPoints are posted. They should be. You should see, let's show it right here. Sorry, the course is a little bit messy. I'll have it cleaned up this weekend. So you should see right here the introduction under modules, 5 points right there to, let me see who asked it again. Everything is posted, Sylvia, right here to the modules section. You can see I'm going through I think it's the introduction, is it? So I'm doing the introduction right now, and then we won't get to the basics. We'll start that tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, we'll start with the basics. So tomorrow morning, we'll be starting lecture 1, the basics. And I'll even talk about homework here at the end of class a little bit. So let's hop back to the notes right here. Good. Good question right there, Sylvia. Awesome. So these are all posted, and they're PDFs, I believe. I might try to convert them to PowerPoints. Oh, thank you so much. I know. I'm very happy with it too. So I love, and Cephalon, let me say one last thing. This is something really cool that happened. We got a grant. So Dennis, I don't know, Dennis, if you may want to talk to me about this, or other people, if you have skill sets in this, we got a grant to do more online teaching with what we're doing. And so since you guys like things like that transition screen right there with the Stat 201, and I'm going to make a 320. I think I've still got the files for that in After Effects, so I can change that to 320. So, but then 474, maybe we'll just say like business analytics or something like that. But if you have skill sets, we're looking for student workers. I think it'll pay about $12 an hour. Don't quote me on that. It's around that. That's not a ton, but it'd be work you'll do on your own. So we're looking to grow what we're doing. We got the grant, and we're looking for student workers. So email me, and if you have skills in like After Effects, Photoshop, stuff like that, CrabRave is 100% the best thing. I love it. We'll have another CrabRave here soon. Not yet. You guys know I can't refuse a good CrabRave. I can't. Now I'm gone. The CrabRave is taking over. We got to keep everyone hype. We got to stay learning. So data that companies have often has potential for low information density. There's like hard to reveal relationships. One of my favorite things my dad told me is that, if you in a company collect the wrong data and analyze it the wrong way, you've just wasted money. Awesome, Joshua. So think about this. Companies that do analytics poorly are just tossing out money. They're just wasting money. So you need people who have good business analytics skills, not just be like, let's do analytics. Well, what's the point if you're not going to actually find real relationships in the data and make real decisions from it? Regression is a model, just a mathematical model, but be careful. Regression is us trying to fit a line to try to explain the world. So we're going to try to fit a line to explain a real world event. It's not actually a cause and effect. It's more like us just trying to make a mathematical equation out of reality. We have such an important thing here, statistically significant. Who here can tell us what statistically significant literally means? And this is probably one of the first notes you really need to write down for this class, because whenever I say statistically significant, you should know a few things. Who here's got some 5-point answers for what statistically significant means? Whenever I say statistically significant, a few things should pop into your head. Like there's a few answers who are like, yes, that means that. What does statistically significant mean? That is a huge thing for us to know. We should know 100%. Close. So Brad, very close. There we go. Stevenson and Brad, 5 points right there. Stevenson, you're totally right. P-value is under 0.05. It means, in more words, that our results were unlikely by random chance. So p-value less than alpha, Ben, even more 5 points right there. Ben, you're right. P-value less than alpha, and alpha is usually assumed to be 0.05. If you didn't know that or you forgot that, write that down right now, that the statistical significance literally means that the p-value is less than 0.05, which we usually assume alpha is 0.05. So 0.05 is the usual alpha, and so p-value less than alpha, which means our results were not likely by random chance, low probability of getting our results. When we talk about what's been going on with the world, it's crazy. It's crazy. Maybe someone in here is about my age. Maybe someone, I don't know. Let's take a vote. How old is Brian? How old is Brian? If you know, don't give the answer. How old is Brian? I should have shaved this morning. Shouldn't ask those questions. What do people think in the chat? How old is Brian? 14. What are they doing letting this 14-year-old in here? 20? I don't know if you guys are really... 21? You guys are too nice. If you guys really think I'm 21. 29 might be a serious guess. 50 points first person who actually guesses my age. 50 points first person who actually guesses my age. Now you guys are getting serious. Now you guys are like, time to get serious here. No one's guessed my age yet. No one's got it. I feel so happy, though. Brennan's right. I am 38. I am 38. There we go. Brennan got it. Brennan was first right there. So you guys are all being 41. No. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. Hurts. So there we go right there. If I squint and stuff like that, it's got an old PogChamp. You got it. Gotta just stay young. There's nothing wrong with Sorry, Brad. I'm sorry, Brad. I'm sorry. Well, Brad, imagine if they said you were 45. I'm sorry, Brad. 67, Jonathan. Okay. So that kind of tells you what era I come from. Man, starting to make me feel like I'm old now. But we're not old, Brad, I swear. Not that I know how old you are either. But when you, like, if you remember, I remember hearing about a terabyte for the first time. I remember 100% hearing about, it's my mom. I remember 100% hearing about a terabyte for the first time in I think my cousin, when he went to college in 1999. I went to college in 2000. There I am, this whole time. But he got a terabyte on his computer, not on his computer. No, that was when he had a gigahertz. That's when he had a gigahertz. So his computer was like 1.1 gigahertz. And then a terabyte, I remember in like 2006 or 7, I think, was when I first heard about a terabyte hard drive. And now we're up to like 10 terabyte hard drives. It's kind of slowed down a little bit, but still like 10 terabytes is ridiculous. Then you get into like exabytes and petabytes between you. You got petabyte, exabyte, zettabyte, and these things are insanity. But when you look at companies like Dunnhumby has like 30 petabytes of data. People thought it'd be impossible to fill 1 terabyte. Yes, actually, Brendan, you just reminded me. When I bought my first 1 terabyte hard drive, the guy was like, "You're never gonna fill this," and I'm like, now people have 10 terabyte hard drives. It's insanity. So pretty crazy. And with cloud storage and everything, it's like the world's changing. The world's always changing. But data and everything has gotten so big. Walmart right here, 22,500 terabytes of transactional data back in 2010. Probably 16 times larger than that now. That's just their transactional data. Sensory data by a jet every 30 minutes is 10 terabytes. 10 terabytes. So when you look at the amount of data that companies have, It's insane. Estimated 3.5 million items sold a day. So Amazon, the amount of data they have data warehouses. We've got terabytes on solid state drives, the size of a penny. Yeah. The solid state drives and everything are getting awesome. And it's insanity. And we just have all this space now to store data. So people are taking even more and more data. The Saturn V data launched to the moon with a 250 kilobyte computer. Oh my God, Brad, that's awesome. 5 points, Brad, right there. Crazy what we've done and what we can do now. So here we are. Oh my gosh, the slide's old now. The demand for analytics jobs, it's growing and growing. We just have seen it grow and grow over time. So every successful business needs people to understand its customers. That's the biggest thing we want. I'm going to show you 8451 here in a moment. Examples of business analytics. Everyone knows Moneyball. Moneyball is classic stuff. This is just kind of our getting hyped for business analytics. One thing they thought in Moneyball was it matters if someone hits the ball, but then they realized it matters more if people got on base, which is so obvious. But now there's a statistic in baseball. Does anyone know of WAR? I actually know what it means now. Julio's taught me what it means. What does WAR mean? Wins above replacement, if I am correct. That's the big statistic in baseball. That's like what they've like figured out. Yep, wins above replacement. And that's so huge. That is like having a good WAR is like essential. And this is like become a very data-driven thing. And so all these people care about, I saw that. One of my students was telling me about Mike Trout and like how awesome he is and just that he just gets the wins for games. Man, could you imagine the pressure if you're him to like continue to be that awesome? What is his new contract's probably insane, whatever he got. Here we see the number of fumbles a team has and their probability of winning. What's it mean? Oh, that's a good question. I'm not the baseball stats person. I think it means like when you're in the game, the shift you have in a game towards winning, like how many more wins a team gets when you're in a game than losses. It's like when you're replaced, the wins above replacement. They figure out a metric to figure out your impact in the game. And I think a good WAR is like 2 or 3, and then Mike Trout might be like at 8 or 9. Like he's off the scale. Like it's a metric to figure out your impact on the game and how you influence your team to win or lose. If I am correct, people can correct me on this. 9.4, yeah. I know just barely enough on this. The only reason I know it, and I'm wearing the sports shirt today, well, not my literal sports shirt, I got one of those, but the only reason I really know this stuff is because people like to explain to me what's going on with the stats in baseball, which is very important. That's not what I do. I don't do baseball stats. So we've got here the NFL team. Obviously, you can see as teams get more fumbles, they are more likely to, or less likely to get wins. Exactly. And so we see here, James, 5 points right there. We see this linear relationship of sorts. There's a lot of variation in here, though. This team had very few fumbles, and were they the Cleveland Browns or somebody, or Detroit Lions that one year? I think they got like 0 wins, but that team did horribly. So we see a tons of relationship, bowl game analysis, Casino, Kroger, all these people are using it. One of the coolest things is there's this statistic called churn, and it's whether or not you leave a company. So it's called churning when you leave a company. And companies will basically, like cell phone companies, when they call you up or they give you an offer via email, they're looking at you as though you're likely to leave. And then they look at their analysts and they say, how do we get this person to stay? Because if they can maybe give you 1 month free or one phone free or $100 off, it's worth more to them than losing you. Because if they lose you, well, then they won't get a contract from you, maybe for the next 10 years. And who doesn't have a cell phone? Who doesn't have a cell phone? Everyone has a cell phone now. So considering everyone has a cell phone, not literally everyone, but kind of everybody, since everyone has a cell phone, they're like, well, if we give them $100 off, we can still hang on to them. Or if we lose them, credit card companies, yes. And I have way too many I have like 3 credit cards, and that's way too many, or 2. I have 2 or I think I have 3 now. But like, be careful with credit cards. Brian's life advice. We need the life advice with Brian. So be careful because they make money like crazy. Credit card companies are very good at making money. That's what they do. They're in the business of money. They make money. Kaggle competitions. This is one of the coolest things. I'm going through these a little bit quickly because it's just like cool stuff going on with stats. There's this site kaggle.com right here. If you want to go and give it a shot, please tell me what you do if you win some competitions. But they literally have, let's go check it out. You know, we're talking about it. Let's go check it out. These are like get hype about stats stuff right here. So we'll bring this back over here. Let's go to Kaggle. and let's see what Kaggle's doing today. Oh, it's current world event on Kaggle. We get demonetized when we mention it. So we see right here, that's like their main thing. They've changed their site since the last time I went here. Compete. Here we go. This is not a joke. If you win these competitions, here's the money you get. Here's all, there's even more. I swear the site has grown ever since I've been going here. So you can see completed competitions. You get kudos if you, so much COVID. I wonder if we get sorted by, let's see here. Reward. Wow. Was this the TSA? It's Homeland Security. $1.5 million. We missed it. It was 2 years ago. Zillow, $1.2 million was given away. Data Science Bowl, $1 million. Deepfake Detection Challenge. Wow. So this was a month ago. $1 million. And you're only, imagine if this was a lottery and there was only 2,265 people entering the lottery. So look at all this right here. All the craziness we can do. Just amazing. Like all the money being given away. Who is this? GE? Flight question, flight optimization. Wow. Oh, did you see it? Dennis, man, you're on top of it right here. Yeah, I'll have to check this out. That's crazy. It's just going to get crazier, right? I know, right? It's just going to get even crazier with what's going on. And then I think they've got their ongoing Titanic Data Knowledge Challenge. Do you know anyone that's won? I know one guy who, let me go bring up his page right here. Zach, what's his name? I don't know him personally, but he's a very famous, what is it? Zach something. Zach Mayer, here he is. This dude right here. He's definitely gotten some high scores in Kaggle competitions. The algorithms they use in these are pretty crazy. Here's the issue. You might say to me, Brian, why don't you see last seen 4 days ago, joined 9 days ago. This guy, he made the carrot package. Carrot we'll use in 474. He made the carrot package. I guess he's won not 6 of these right here. So he's got gold in 6. He's discussed a lot of things. So he's really helping explain things. You can go here to his LinkedIn and all this good stuff. Here's why I don't know if I could win. The things I use, this guy creates. I use the stuff that this guy creates. Zach Mayer right here. The things I use, like the carrot package, which here, I'll pull it up. This package right here. I think I have it. Do I have it loaded on this computer? I should. No? Oh, yeah, because I redid R. I reloaded R, so I lost all my stuff. So you might see me, I upped R to the new version, so I lost my packages. So you can check, that's the code to check the version of R. So since when I upped it, I lost my, so I'm going to install Carrot right here. So this is installing Carrot to the computer. Carrot is classification, association, regression training. I think that's what it stands for, the acronym for Carrot. And so Carrot has a lot of good stuff we'll use in 474, but here's the problem with me winning Kaggles. And you get all the other stuff it loads in, the required packages. If I compete in a Kaggle, I'm going to use the Carrot package, which is awesome. The guy right here, he created that. He created. You could use it. We'll use reg class, which is what Dr. Petrie created specifically for this class. Like it specifically shows you and does everything and is very specific for this class. But Carrot's not bad. Carrot's amazing. It's a very, very powerful package. And he works at DataCamp. He works at DataCamp, which is a thing that I'll be sending out shortly. He works at Data Robot. Don't even know what that is. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Problem is, I'll like stop teaching the class. I'll be like, I have to win the Kaggle. I have to win. But I use the things this guy makes. So think about that. I'm competing against someone who created the tools I'm using. So some of these people are literally like the top data people out there. So a lot of the people competing in Kaggle are very, very serious about it. I should start competing in them more. But yeah, let's hop back here to the lecture. The transition. No, there we go. Okay. So Kaggle's a really cool site. Obviously, just think about this. These companies are paying random people to compete and analyze data. So when you think about, do people want data analyzed? Oh, yeah. This is like a big thing to analyze data and to understand it. And all these problems, like, can we identify deep fakes? How can we know this? I probably, if I were to do that competition, I would look how deep fakes are, they're done. Like they, it's like a face mask almost. And then I would try to figure out where it's just patterns. And then having a computer recognize the patterns and having it learn, creating a learning algorithm. All these different competitions here that have passed. Caterpillar, I thought that said propane, so I got excited. I was like, propane accessories. Really excited right there. Liberty Mutual on a Kaggle. All these great things. Identifying drivers. You can look at these different Kaggles that have gone through. $15,000 prize. Reading brainwaves. Sentiment analysis. What do people think? This is a huge thing. Literally understanding the sentiment in text. Like when people write something, having a computer analyze if they're happy, if they're sad, if they're mad, if they're angry, whatever they are. Insurance, my gosh, so many things. Social network, bicycle demand, and now we get to friendship potential. Finish this off right here. So don't worry, we're just about done right here. We've got right here friendship potential. Dr. Petrie did this survey. It was really fun. We'll go back and talk about this more throughout the class, but he asked his students what they thought of all these people. There's a whole bunch of people here, and he was asking, what did you think about them? And I think we go to 9:30, right? So don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. I'm going to be talking about the assignment. We start on time. We end on time. So just a little bit about classes right here, but let me talk about the assignments. And 474, very important class. I'm teaching that right after. If you want to see what 474 is doing, swing by into 474, say hey. You can even get points by watching 474. So, yep. And these are tons of other classes, all this good stuff. But let's talk about your assignment right here. So we're going to switch back. Okay, let's get R up and going right here. So what is your first assignment? What is your first assignment? Your first assignment, I need to go back to the internets. Your first assignment that is due is assignment 0, and a bunch of people have turned it in. Who in the class has done assignment 0 and it was easy? Who did assignment 0 so far and it was easy? Anyone done assignment 0 yet and it was like, that was easy, got it done. Assignment 0 done. I need to reorganize that. Assignment 0 is done, and it was easy. Who here has done it? Let me pull up the chat again. Pretty easy. How long did it take you, Mila? How long did it take you, Mila? I'm going to do it right here. We'll see if Brian has completed assignment 0. Nice. Great job, everybody. So I'm going to open it up right here. This is homework 0 for summer 2020. I've downloaded it a few times, as you can see. And we'll have this done. You say, Brian, there's no way you can do this in the last 3 minutes. Watch. I will do this. We're going to go here to knit to word. And here's how I know I've done it. You can put your name in. Not the end of the world if you don't put your name in. You know what? We're gonna get an A+ on this. We're going to put here Brian Stevens. Summer. If you didn't do that, no worries. So we're going to go right here. We're going to go to this knit button. We're going to go to knit to word. And we knit to word right here. And we've done it. Now, here's what you have to check. You have to scroll down here, and you have to see this image. If you do not have this image, you will lose points. Please see if you have this image. If you've already turned it in, check to see if you have this image. If you don't have this image, you'll lose points. What you need is for your working directory to have the files in there. You need to check your files. Make sure it has both your RMD. This last 2 minutes, don't leave, is probably some of the most important things I can say to you. Watch my video on setting your working directory and put all of your files in your working directory. So maybe I'll go and put that in the chat right there. So let me go grab this real quick. I'm going to put the working directory video in the chat. And you need to set your working directory and make sure that you have your files located in there. And thank you. So we got still 41 people watching. There's 47 people in the class. So make sure to stay the whole time. I do say very important things towards the end. I do say important things at the beginning of the class too. But so this right here is how to set the working directory. And what does it look like when we don't have the directory? So a lot of times people might be working out of their downloads. So if you are working out of your downloads, you can go here to Tools, Global Options, and you can set your working directory. You see I'm in BAS 320, and I think I have to make the screen smaller now. Yep. So there we go. So can we knit it to the Google Doc instead of Word? If you have issues, tell me. I don't know if I can accept a Google, And Antonio, try submitting it, see what happens, and we'll see if it submits properly. Try it today and get back to me because this is due tomorrow night. And if you can't tell, it just takes but a moment to do. It's literally checking to see if you have R installed. Tell me if there's issues. If it goes through and it submits, just tell me, and I might need to put in an exception for the file name. As long as we can see it in the grader, you're good. If it somehow knits to Google Doc, just tell us, and there's your T, and that's got it. So does everyone understand the first assignment? This is the end of class. We have done it. How is everyone feeling? Everyone feeling good? Feeling good about the class? Don't worry. Tomorrow, we'll just be going over the basics of coding. Nothing too extreme tomorrow. Feeling good. Awesome. Got your points. Feeling great. Like it. I like it too. You guys did excellent this morning. I'll show you the cool screen. We'll show one last surprise. So this is my last thing. If you're still here right now, the last thing you can ask for is when I am doing a topic in the class, you can ask me to do a speed run. Like, let's say you want to hear a speed run of something. You can say, Brian, do a speed run. I'll say, okay, let's do a speed run of that topic. We're going to do it right here. Here comes the speed run. So here's our Stat 201 speed run right here. If you ever want me to review something, let's review the highlights of the class in this quick speed run to end class. So here we go. The number one thing you need to know in this class is email me with your questions. Let's do the quick notes right here. Number one thing, email me questions. 1, email me questions at bstevens@utk.edu. BAS 320 dash your initials dash title here. No zero. We're going to do this under 2 minutes. And then number 2, assignment due Friday. No late assignments. And number 4, coding is fun. That is the speed run on sub 45, new world record. So this is basically your introduction to the class. We are done. Class has been over. You can leave if you want. You can hang out. You can ask questions. After one day, this might be the best class. Austin, that's awesome. Thank you, Austin. Solid splits. I know those last few splits. I gotta separate them out more. But I have no idea what's going on with that. So, when do you have office hours? After class, 11:30 or so. Oh, you're doing more than Jonathan. You cracking me up, man. Oh man, is that from a show? Is that from like Community? I don't watch enough shows lately. So you're welcome, Sarah. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this. Like, and I'm always up for like you guys tell me like you can ask Ben who's in mini term. And so office hours are gonna be like at 11:30. They're after the next class, so people might be coming in for the next class here soon. I'm probably gonna go get like a drink of water or something. But so do we email you? Yep, email me how many points. So you'll email me with your points you got today. Remember, you can only get up to 10 points this week. So if you got your 10 points, that's awesome. So you maybe got your 10 points, and that's good. Sub to the channel, like stuff on the channel, comment on the channel. Once again, and I just want to say this briefly again. If you are, thank you, Ben, you're awesome. If you are helping out the channel, we're just gonna put all that money to scholarships. So if you see an ad, I mean, you can skip ads, I don't care. But if you're seeing ads and stuff like that, just know that we're gonna put that money back into the channel. So every bit of dollars we get, not the channel, excuse me, we're putting that to students, which is the channel, literally. So I think we're gonna do scholarships. I'd love if we just did like some $100 scholarships. People already got 100 points today. Yep, stay here, talk the whole time, interact, and you've already got 100 points. And so look at that. There's like 25 classes. You'll get your 3,000 points. You'll be up there. You will have it. And then if you come to additional streams, you'll also have it. You'll be on track. So stay here, interact, and that's what we do. You can check your points anytime. We already got people breaking 100 points this morning. Any other last questions? I'm gonna hang out. I'll still here. Yep. I'll be teaching 474 in the spring and the fall. You email me the Mew bucks. Yep. So you email me them. You say something like, you go here and you go to home. You go here. You put in your initials like Jonathan, Raymond, Adams. And you go here and you say Mew bucks. You can call it extra credit, whatever you want. But you just do that right there. And that'll do it. And then you email me. And I'll be teaching 474 next. So it's like the break between classes. So don't worry, you can always ask questions between the break. And then I'll probably put up the outros or the screen here in a little bit. and I'll get some water or something. So are the points we email you about the points I just for? Yep, you got it, Austin. The ones I gave out during class, the verbal points. Yep. So these ones I can track. Like Brennan's points right there are just instantly tracked, but then I can add points to it. So I can add points to people, which would be harder for me to do it live. But when I'm giving out points, I'm saying 5 points. You just write down that you got 5 points, and then I add on your points later on, and I'll put a cap each day. Like this week, you can only get up to 10 points. Next week, I'm going to do 20 points. It'll increase as the semester goes on because I want to keep people interacting. So definitely just keep doing it, and you can get more points each day by interacting. So that's how I do it. That's how the points go. Any other last questions before I go grab some quick water real quick? We will see. Let me see. I'm going to say this. Ask questions if you have them. Be right back. Okay. I will be right back. I'm going to still be here teaching the next class, but if you have questions in chat, feel free to ask your questions. So can we reply to the same email? Yep. You can do it in a chain, Alex. And actually, I appreciate that. It's really easy for you guys. And so if it's on the same topic, reply in the same email. So if all of a sudden some people will all of a sudden, like in their extra credit email, I'd be like, when's the test? And then extra credit emails are the ones I sometimes don't reply to super quick. But if someone says, when's the test? I see that. I'm like, oh, they need to know when's the test. Like, especially if the test is today. So, which my 201 has their test still going on. So I'll be answering that later. But yeah, you can reply if it's in the same chain. Like, you don't need to start a new email every time. You can just reply within a chain of email if it's the same topic, because then it keeps it organized. That's got it. I'll be back here really soon. So if you want to hang out, if you want to see what's going on with 474, just hang out, and I'll be back. See everyone here in a moment. Be back soon.
has a somewhat looser feel to it.
Yeah, it's got an almost improvisational tone.
Like TV.
I thought I clicked the button, then I clicked it too late. Oh no! The intro's on loop right now. I need to fix that. But good morning, everybody. How are we doing? It is BAS 474. Thank you so much, Ahmed, right there. Let's make Ahmed a mod. And is it pronounced UX? So let me make sure. If I mispronounce your name, put the pronunciation in the chat, and I will reply to it, and I will make sure I pronounce everything correctly. It's always my goal. And so we are live. Who's in the chat? Who can see me? Who can say hey? It's Brian Inception right here. We'll just put Brian versus Brian over here. Let's go Brian v. Brian. It's other Brian. Brian with slightly shorter hair. So that's awesome. Thank you so much. Morning, Hannah right here. Scott. Let's make Scott a mod. Hannah mod. I'm good. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hannah, sorry. Hannah, you're a mod. The chat was moving. And Hannah, you're now a mod. So now when you talk, your name will be in blue. Good morning, Seth, right there. Let me make you a mod right there. Sorry. That was... I misclicked there. I'm adding mods to the chat. Now take a look. So what you say is now in blue. So we'll talk here what mods are. What's going on with this mod stuff right here. So we have people are being mods. We have 27 people in the chat. So hopefully we have 27 people watching the class right now. So there we go. So go ahead and people start talking now. Say hey again and see what's going on. We should have people mods in the chat. Good morning, John, right there. Let's make John a mod right here. So you should see your name is now in blue. So what does it mean to have a blue name? It means you are a moderator on the channel. So if someone were to come in here, hey, what's up, Sarah? We're going to do something right here. Hey, Adam. We're going to find someone who's not a mod. So let's say someone came into this class, and so they said something like, they're going to say something really mean. They're going to say, stats is not cool. So they're going to say stats is not cool. I need someone to say stats is not cool who's not a mod. You're going to say something really mean to us. You're going to say stats is not cool. And who here is not a mod who can say that? Here, I got to make Mackenzie a mod. Oh, Madeline, you're already a mod, though. Oh, no, people can't moderate a moderator. I think I can. I can remove mod statuses. Stats is not cool. So here's what I want people to do. Is do not hide the user on the channel. I can unhide them if it were to happen. But I want you to click on the ... next to their name. So Ishan, you get 5 points right here, and Carly does also. Stats is very cool, though. Oh, no, what have I started? I want you to go here, and I want you to click the ... next to their name. And I only want you to go to where it says remove. I want you to click remove, and that'll remove what someone said. Don't put them in timeout. Don't hide them on the channel. So don't do those things right there. Yep, so who did that right there? We got Madeline got some 5 points right there. So you can get these points I'm giving you. Keep track of them. You can get up to 10 points today. So Madeline's got 5 points. Halfway to 10 right there. And look right there. We got Jordan getting 5 points. Adam getting 5 points. Now I'm going to make these people mods. So Carly, don't worry. Carly, you're now a mod. Ishan, you're now a mod. And also, here, wait. Just have to wait for the message to go away to do the next mod. And Vidrana, if I mispronounce anything, just tell me and I put it phonetically and I'll make sure I can pronounce it correctly. And so you are now mods. So being a mod means that you can moderate what people say. So we pretty much have modded up most everybody. I'll try to catch more people if not. Ishan, got it, Ishan. So Ishan, you are now a moderator in the chat. 5 points, Ishan. Thank you for telling me how to pronounce your name. Here we got Toss right here. Toss, you're going to be a mod also. There you go. You are now blue. And so you have the mod powers. I've never had to remove it from a student. Hopefully, I always try to mod up the people who are students. So one, we're super positive. We're Stat Nation. You got it right there. 5 points tossed right there. I love that positivity. We keep it positive in the chat right here. Has anyone ever been to like a Twitch channel or like a Facebook Live or an Instagram Live or whatever they call those things? But like, or even a YouTube live stream. Has anyone ever been to one of those live streams? Because that's what this is. This is something where you are talking to me in the chat, where you're interacting. This class doesn't work if you don't interact with me. Who's been to any of those right there? Anyone been to, what have you been to, Scott? What have you been to, Scott? I have my own, you have your own Twitch? Dude, Adam, you should send it to us. Like, what do you play? Do you play some Enter the Gungeon? What do you play on Twitch? Do you do like D&D campaigns? What do you do on Twitch? I'm very interested now. Yes, Satuan, lots of Twitch. So you guys know what's going on. I literally have my stream set up like a Twitch streamer where I have you guys can't see it, but I'm touching here. I've got my mic arm and all this stuff. So everything is set up to be like Twitch. So we've even thought about just doing it on Twitch. And once again, Carly and Vidrana and Ishwan, you guys know, don't worry. You guys are mods now. No one can remove your chats. So say hey in the chat. So Smite, D&D, all that good stuff. CSGO, Counter-Strike, Global Offense. Is that what that's called again? Twitch TV. Oh, that's awesome. Drop it in the chat right there. Go ahead and check out Adam's Twitch channel if you guys want. And once again, if someone puts a link, it's always click links at your own risk, but that totally looks to be Twitch TV. But just knowing if you do click links in the chat, it's always kind of at your own risk. Hey, Carly, what's up? So we're going to do something right now called tag. Here's how we play tag in this class. You say hello to someone. You say hello to Adam, or you say good morning to Yaoji. And tell me if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. Do it like that, though. Tag someone in the chat and say good morning to someone. I want to see everyone saying good morning to as many people as you can. Jinning right here. Let's make Jinning a mod. There we go. Say hey to someone in the chat. Tag someone in the chat. Tag anybody. Say hey to them. Say good morning. Yep. Wake someone up. Be like, how you doing this morning? Good morning. Look at all the tags in the chat. Tag someone else. If you've already tagged someone, say hey to someone else in the chat right here. And this has helped me seeing if I haven't modded anybody yet. But look at everybody. So happy to see everybody. Just saying hey to each other. And once again, when we start off class, feel free to do this. Feel free to talk to each other. Oh, there we go. Everybody, they say hey to each other. I love it. Look at this all awesome stuff right here. Let's get Nin right here. Mod up. You are a mod now. So we have tons and tons of mods. Please tell me if like someone shouldn't be a mod. Like you're like, wait a minute. That's better than Twitch. What's better than Twitch? This? I like this a lot. Lauren, let's make Lauren a mod right here. Lauren, you are now a mod. And it's really easy to tag people in the chat. If you ever have a question to me, be like, you can, tag me like that, and it'll show my name. So if you notice, when you are tagged, your name is in orange. So when your name is in orange, it's really easy to see in the chat. So when you have a question, you're like, what was that? How did you do this? Please tag me. You can answer each other's questions. I'm also giving away 5 points if people answer each other's questions. You can get up to 10 points this first week in a class. So I want someone to ask a very easy question. Who has a very easy question? It can be anything. I mean, basically anything. Who has a very easy question right here? And I want you guys to ask it, and then I want you to answer it for someone. It's a little bit of the honor system when you answer each other's questions. Want to play some pool? Andrew asks, what is 2 + 2? Alan asks. So people use the @ symbol and tell them the answer to their question. So there we go. You got it. So you got it. Ishwan. So I'll answer Ishwan's question. Regression is fitting a line to data. How many assignments do we have? Like 12 assignments. There's also activities. These are questions I have to answer because I know the answers to these. But look at everyone answering questions. Andrew wants to play some pool, and so people are answering yes right there. So that's how it works. You @ the person, and then you can see the answer to the question, and they can see you replied. Once again, I want to make something very clear. Have fun. Yes, seriously, have fun, but stay positive, stay respectful towards each other. Don't be mean. This is still a classroom. So if we have someone come in and say mean things, we just kind of remove them. I've never had to speak to a student about like what they've chatted. If I do this for another 5 years, which I want to like continue to grow with what we do with this, I assume at some point I'm gonna have a student who I might have a student who's disruptive. So we still have not had that happen, and I've used this for hundreds of students probably. Hundreds of students have been in here. Maybe they realize that there's a chat log and they're like, oh, maybe I shouldn't. Why would you be mean though? Why would you say things that are not cool? Be cool, man. That's what we do. So relax and just have fun. Enjoy just talking to each other. That's what we do. Encourage each other. Miniterm gave us the name Stat Nation. Do bots. We have had, I think one time we had bots and then we got rid of them. We've never had a major issue, and YouTube's done a lot better. I think one time on one stream, a long time ago with bots. Madeline, that's a great question. 5 points, Madeline. We have random people sometimes come in and just say like, what's this guy doing? This guy looks stupid. He should cut his hair. And then usually just block them. Just someone comes in, says I'm stupid. I mean, I don't care. They can say that. They can say I'm stupid. Sure. They're stupid. We just block them. You just click on their name, hide user on channel. And then I think it looks to them like they're still typing and we can't even see them. So they're just like shouting in a room, that they're just no one's in the room, and which is good for us. We just ignore trolls, and that's what you always say: don't feed the trolls. If they come in here and they're acting absurd, we just hide user on channel immediately. We usually give them one shot. Like, if someone's like, "What's going on?" If someone says, "What's going on?" we let them talk. But then if someone's like, "This guy's an idiot," then it's like, okay, well, you're not here to be productive. So we just remove them, and then we just go on about our day. We got the name Stat Nation. Now, some people have to notice. So Andrew, I want you to check your points. Andrew, or is anyone else still here in here? Andrew, if you know how to check your points, show them how to check your points, Andrew. Which people probably already have points by now. There we go. Andrew did exclamation mark points. So I'm gonna have to mark down how many points Andrew has. I'm gonna be looking at this at the end of the semester. This is my Andrew has this many start points at the start of the semester. So, oh wait, what does that do? What does that command do? Madeline's looking at her points right here. And so these are your Streamlab points. Streamlabs, where you at? Streamlabs, show us the points. Streamlabs will come in here in a moment, and it'll tell them person how many points they have. And so everyone's checking their points right now, and everyone's like, ooh, how many points do I have? So your points are gained every time you're interacting, talking, and watching the stream. So when you're talking, when you're interacting, when you're watching the stream, and so your points will start to gather up, and you'll notice by the end of class you'll have points. Some people already have some points now, some people don't. Don't worry, your points will keep gathering up and up and up and up and up as you keep watching. So there we go. Don't worry, if you have 0 points, do not worry. The points are coming. Look, some people have points already. It just depends on how long you've been here and how much you've been interacting. There should be more than 0 points by now. We'll check back the points in a few minutes because I'm noticing, don't worry, you will get points. Points are on their way. Points are on their way. Look at that right there, 10 points. So don't worry, people by the end of last class had about 100 points. Be interacting and be talking. So the more you're talking, the more you're interacting, the more points you're getting. So what are these points used for? And don't worry, I can make this easier. I didn't get to it. The points are up to 3 points on your final grade. In mini-term, a lot of people got to 2,000 points. So in mini-term right there, a lot of people got, like Dennis right there was just in the other class. He's hanging out. He's still getting points by being here watching this class, which you can do. But Dennis watched the last class and got 75 points for watching that class. So if you look at how far along he is on the way, and also Dennis is helping out with some other stuff. Dennis, I'm probably going to talk to you about the 474, making a Discord for them. Who here would like a Discord for our 474 class? Who here would like a 474 Discord where we can go, we can talk, and help each other out? And it can be like our Discord channel. Yes. Is it hard to do, Dennis? Did you like Dennis has skills in this. So Dennis, so absolutely, yes, we've got some votes for this. Dennis, can I talk to you about the 474 Discord? Wait. Dennis, you are the man. You are the literal. When someone's like they're like, do you know the man? Like Dennis, he's the man. That's oh my gosh. Dennis, that's absolutely amazing. I'll be looking into this more. I'll probably be sending out a lot more. I sent you the link so you can get you can join the channel. We've got channels set up for them. I know, Dennis, I was the GOAT. People said I was the GOAT till Dennis came along, and Dennis is the GOAT. You got it. And so what I want is for us to keep building community, for us to keep building where there's avenues for help. And I like how Discord works. Has anyone done Discord? I've used GroupMe, and yes, I was partial to GroupMe until I kind of, everyone's like, it's Pokemon Go. Of course it's Pokemon Go. It's always Pokemon Go with Brian. I didn't tell 320 yet that I'm obsessed with Pokemon Go, but yes, I'm obsessed with Pokemon Go. But I'm gonna say it 10 times. Pokemon Go, Pokemon Go. Anyways, we had a GroupMe, and then people were like, Discord is way better. And I was like, GroupMe is really easy. Discord is more organized. It's easier to see. It's easier to understand. And once again, the rules for social media platforms do still apply. Like, be nice to each other, treat each other with respect, and all that good stuff. So, hopefully, I want the Discord to stay really positive too, because I guess if we have a Discord, I'm also then slightly responsible for the Discord. But GroupMe is good for quick questions. Yeah, GroupMe's, that's what we would use the GroupMe for, like, hey, we're meeting up at this. Brian is, yes, I'm the CEO of Positivity. Allison right there, 5 points to Allison. Positivity is what we make in this class. And also Alan and Jordan and Andrew, 5 points. Dennis, I'm throwing you 100 for today because I can't say thank you enough for helping out with that. I'd be sitting around trying to read up how to make this and everything, but Dennis has skills in this, so he just made it, and he made it for everything I need. And that's how things happen. That's how years later, when people are like, wow, the Stat 201 Discord is like so helpful. And it's like, yeah, Dennis from years ago made it and we've grown it and we have a good community. And I'm really hoping we can put like a channel on there for tutoring so that people, when they look for tutors, they could like post in the channel like, I'm looking for a tutor, you know, here's what I'm looking to pay. And we might just do the tutoring through that. We could do BAS 474 tutoring. So former students could go and look at the Discord, and we could just say like, if you're a former student and you want to do tutoring, you know, meet up with these people here. And we could also try to make a list of tutors. We try to keep like the tutors to the people who did really well in the course. So we got all of our positivity. Here's when our class is. We start on time, we end on time. It's probably one of my favorite sayings. I need to put that as a quote in here. I'll do it after class. I should like, so we've got some quotes that the Streamlabs bot can do. But I should put a quote in there. Hey, Erica. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Erica. Erica was in mini term. Erica, you know it. What are we, Erica? We are Stats Nation. We are Stats Nation. I just made you a mod here. Sorry about that. Erica, we are Stats Nation, and you know it. And so good to see you, and so glad you missed the class. We're starting up this new class right here, and we keep it to positivity. Stat Nation, you got it. And so, once again, if you found this stream, you know what's going on. And something I did, Erica, that I didn't do for your class. So good to have you, Erica. And something I did for them that I didn't do for you guys. I sat down yesterday, and I made every upcoming stream. I made every single upcoming stream. Now, one thing people might be wondering is like, Brian, you've got all of these streams, and I swear there's like you're doing the class before this. We're the class that comes after this. This is confusing me because when does our class start? I have to go through the video and find when our class starts? Kind of. I've got really great news. When you go to a video that we've been in, when you go to one of our class videos, later in the day, I put in these tags right here. So I put in chapters in the video. So you'll notice right here, it says start of class, start of stream, start of class. Here's the lecture. Here's where I was talking about errors for their class. I know. And this is right here. It's so much easier. You can go to type 1, type 2 errors, chapter 17. You can see what's going on. And you could scroll down here and you could literally click these right here. So does this make sense to everybody that you've got all of these right here and you can see what was going on in the stream at that certain point? So when you come back to look at the stream, you will see 320 at the start of this. You will see 320 at the start of this, and you guys can use all the functions and stuff. I need to add more functions to Streamlabs bot. But when you come back and look at the stream right here, you will be able to see everything that we went through, and I'll label it all. Yep, and that's what I like. A mod, 5 points again. So I just want you guys to know that this exists, and I have to go in and put these in. If you guys know timestamps you want in here, here's another way you can get 5 points, is you can comment on the videos. So when you comment on a video, you get 5 points for commenting. It's a bit of the honor system. You get 5 points for helping people out in class. You get 5 points for commenting, and you get a total of, it's 10 points a day. But so if you didn't make it to class, then you can still comment on videos. You can still help people out. And once again, and I asked the last session this, and they voted unanimously in this direction. Let me bring up a poll right here. Okay, so I'm going to start a poll right here, and I'm going to ask you guys a question. Should we, with the channel money that we make, do the following? It's S, P, or T. Let me explain what they are first. Should we give out scholarships to students, and we could start with like $100 scholarships? Should we do a pizza party for like all the students that we have? Or should we like pay for tutoring? Should we do scholarships, pizza parties, or tutoring? And so you have to do exclamation mark vote and then the option you want. So like exclamation mark vote 2 if 2 is an option. And remember, put in P for pizza party, or S for scholarships, or T for tutoring. But remember, you have to do exclamation mark vote. You have to do exclamation mark vote. There we go. Scott got it right. Scott, 5 points. So that's how you do it right there. You have to do exclamation mark vote and then the option you want. So let's see. Let's let everyone vote here on what we get. I swayed the last class, I fear. Last class was about 85% in a certain direction. Let me mod up a few more people right here. Good to see everybody. Get those votes in while it still counts. We have like 27 people in the class. I wonder how many people are watching live. Watch live. Interact. You're meant to be sitting here interacting, doing this right now. Let's go ahead and we'll end the poll. How many votes do we get? Oh, it's way more split. It still is the same one that won out. And so now we see, let me complete the poll. And it was still scholarships, but it was a little more split. So scholarships won with about 60%. So I'd really love it. And don't worry, we got it in. Everyone's good. We got all the votes in. I'd really love it if in our class we could do scholarships and give out like $100 scholarships. So how does this relate to the YouTube channel? It relates to the YouTube channel because if you see an ad, right now we've made, I think like almost $38 on the channel. We've made $38 in a month and a half. And if you notice, I'm putting out more videos. So anytime you watch a video, you like a video, you interact with the video, like by commenting on it, you're helping the channel grow in the algorithm. So you don't have to do any of those things. But I do want you to know if you are seeing an ad like on these latest videos, that the money goes, I know we should definitely sell merch. I keep considering that. The money goes straight to the students. I'm not keeping this money. Any money we make from the YouTube channel will go to students. And maybe by the end of summer, we might have the first like $100 scholarship. So if I could I know we could design one, which actually I'll mention one more thing here. We got I think Andrew knows this. Maybe other people know this. I know, well, we should definitely, like a Stat Nation shirt. I wonder if we could do like Stats Nation for like UT or something. We'd have to like talk to UT if we did like a Stats Nation and the T's were like UTs. And we just had like Stats Nation. Like it would be like a gray heather shirt. Gray heather with orange across the top of it. And just said Stats Nation across like here. Would that be a good design? Yeah, send it to me, and then I'll have to talk through channels. So don't put too much work into it yet, because I don't know if we can do things like this. I mean, I'm always up for ideas. And then all the proceeds from that would just go to students too. So all the proceeds, whatever we would make, like if it costs $3 a shirt and we sell them for 10. If it costs 3, we could probably sell them for like 5. Like I like to sell things as cheap as possible. And so I'm always up for that. So if you design it or anything like that, tell me. It's just helping out, and then I'll try to talk to the people through the channels I need to talk to. The last thing I want to mention about all of this kind of crazy, interesting stuff that's happened is we just got a grant. I know, right? Now I want the shirt too. We just got a grant for online teaching. And so if you have web design stuff, I probably need to talk to Dennis more. But I got a lab coat shirt actually. We got a grant for online teaching. If you have skills with like Adobe Photoshop, Adobe After Effects, if you know that stuff, we're probably going to be hiring maybe 1 or 2 student workers. I've already told a lot of people. I'm just hoping to get some interest in this because our goal is to make more classes like this. So if you like what we're doing here and you know people or you have skills and you want to grow this type of teaching method that we do where it's more interactive, this is kind of what I like online teaching to be, because this is what I'd want. I'd want where I can see Andrew just said yes to that right there. And I love all the arrows, like people pointing to all this right here. I want you guys to help out this, and I love it. So we know what's going on with the class. We know when the class meets, all that good stuff. Course description. There is no book for the course. We will be using R. We will be using R Studio. The latest version of R Studio is 4.0.0. Make sure you're updated. Purpose of the course, learn how to do data mining. A lot of people ask me in email questions, like, what is data mining? Data mining is basically using advanced algorithms to literally, like, imagine regression. Regression is like being able to make pancakes. It's a skill set everyone needs. Like, regression is when you can make pancakes. Good. Like, everyone needs to know how to do that. Pancakes are good. Everyone wants pancakes because everyone needs regression. Regression's good. Everyone needs it. It's like basic skills. But then when it comes to data mining, it's like being able to like sous vide a filet mignon or something like that, or be able to like make good sushi. Like, data mining is like the fine skills. It's like the really, really, really high level stuff that we can only do with these really intense algorithms. And then we should have a knowledge of how they work. It's the very, very advanced methods that are basically still cooking and everything, but very advanced. Are these 3 interactive points considered bonus? Are they a point for the scale? So the points you're getting right now, like Alan, email me those. Email me those points. Oh man, I need to try that. See, I just thought of like sous vide, and I was like, it sounds so good. So email me these points, which gets us to a very important thing. I'm glad you brought that up. I've still got this up from the last class. Yeah, we got this. So in your class, when you email me, I thought I was gonna reset. When you email me, another 5 points goes out there to Alan right there for asking a question. When you email me, make sure to use the following. Does everyone understand this email title right here? How quickly should we? You can email daily or weekly. Either's fine. I'm good with either. You can reply to the same email, and you can call it like extra credit email. So you can reply to it, and you can do it weekly if you want. Be like, Brian, I got this many points this week, if that's fine. You can just reply to it. Just make sure to kind of keep up with it. So with the end of semester, you're not like, I got tons and tons of points. How much do the class participation points contribute to the final grade? Aha. They can be up to 3 points on your final grade. Now, the 3 points really takes a lot. A lot of people will probably get 1 or somewhere between 1 and 3. Most of mini-term or a lot of mini-term was at this range right here. So here's where a lot of mini-term got to, between the 1 and 2 range for you guys, because I've rechanged the scale. 10 points today, outside extra credit. But still, Adam, by interacting, Adam, go ahead and check your points again now, just with the Streamlabs, by you talking and by watching. So go ahead and just do the exclamation mark points. I'm going to hit my microphone. And go ahead and look at your points right there, and you probably have a good bit more points. So stay interacting, stay talking, and you'll get way more points by just interacting and by talking throughout the whole stream. So that's what we like to do right there, is just keep interacting, keep talking. You see, Alan, you're at 15 points right now. I've got a ton of points. So people are already getting more points right here. You're already up to 15 points, and that's what we do. Just keep interacting, keep talking. So you notice 20 points. So already just twice as many points as you get from just answering a few questions or interacting. So, and I will continue to raise the points throughout the semester. I think next week we'll have 20 points you can get during class. So weekly we email you how many points we have. Yep. The points are automatically. So these points that I give out, like Vidrana, you get 5 points right now. You need to email me about those points. And you can only get 10 points today, like when I email you. So you can say, hey, Brian, I got my 10 points. So that's the thing, is I'll probably give out some crazy points later in the semester. I'll probably give out 1,000-point questions, or maybe even 5,000-point questions. Expect those at the end for really tough questions. But I put this crazy upper limit here. I don't expect many people to get to this. I expect a lot of people to get to this. And then I can scale your points by how many you get. So I expect a lot of people to get to kind of this 1 to 2 point range. With this is pure bonus on your grade. What does this mean? If you get to this line right here, what do you need for an A in the class? If you get to the 3,000 points, which I think some people will get to, what do you need grade-wise to get an A in the class? What do you need grade-wise to get an A in the class? A 90. A 90. And there's things in this class, we'll talk a little bit about that now, we'll talk about the grades. There's things in this class like the analytics lab. The analytics labs are basically free grades. And Tosh, you're right, if you get all 3, you need an 89. But that means you're like super interacting, and it lowers it a good bit. So that's like super interacting. That's like interacting a ton, which you can do. You're here right now. Keep watching live. All you need to do is like, every day I'm going to watch live. Every day I'm going to interact. And you'll learn more. You'll get more points. So you get the benefit of just getting more points, and you get the benefit of also you're paying attention more. So it's win-win. Your grade will be higher, and your grade will be higher. So just keep doing it. Keep doing what you're doing. Analytics labs, these are basically free grades. The analytics labs are basically free grades. I'll basically work them with you. When it comes to homeworks, this is key. Put this down. Do not email Brian assignments. Do not email Brian assignments. Do not email Brian assignments. Who puts in the chat first gets 5 points. Who's got it right now? Do not email Brian assignments. Someone's going to do it this semester too. Someone always does it. I should like send them this clip in the video. I'll be like, I told you you would do it. Who's going to say, do not email Brian assignments? Do not email Brian assignments. 5 points right there. Vidrana, Andrew, Seth, Hannah, Caroline, Allison, Carly, Ahmad right there. I like, Ahmad, you get 10 points. I think you're already at the 10, but still, I like the caps on that right there. Do not email Brian assignments. You guys know it. You said it. I should send you in the video. I should be like, look, you said it. You said do not email Brian assignments. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. But the thing is, there is the first homework due Friday night. No. So it does say that? This is just an example right here. This is like, if it's due on Tuesday, buy this. So like, this is an example. Sorry, I should change this Friday because we're in summer term right now. Sorry if that was a little bit unclear, but it is due on Friday. Great question right there. Alan, you get your 10 points today because I think you got quite a few. Great question right there, Alan. There will be a lot of assignments due. We have like 10 or 12 assignments. And so there will be, if you just space that out over the 3-4 weeks, you're going to have like 2 or 3 assignments some weeks. And I will work on them during office hours. I will explain how to do things so you can hang out with office hours and I might do like a 320 talk, and I might do a 474 talk. So I might say, like, I might be doing 320 stuff and saying, hey, 474, we'll start this up at 12:30. So after class, we immediately have office hours, and then I'll section those off in the videos. So emails, do not email me work. No late work is accepted. Who here took 320 and remembers an assignment that wouldn't knit? I should have you come into my 320 class. Are the office hours? Yep, office hours are recorded as well. So you can go back and view them. Andrew, you remember an assignment that wouldn't knit? This assignment won't knit. It won't knit. It won't knit. So I would not knit. Or we should say knit before. Knit before 11 p.m. Okay. How quickly will Brian email you back? I looked at my computer a moment ago when I was between classes, and I saw I had 9 emails. I was like, gotta answer these emails. And I was like, oh, I don't have time to answer emails right now. Will Brian email you back? Will Brian, 5 minutes. I'd love it if I could always do 5 minutes or less. I wish I could do 5 minutes or less. 5 points, Andrew, right there. I wish I could do 5 minutes or less every class. I wish I could. 10 minutes, so fast. So you know what this means? I wish I'd said this to 320. I wish I had told them this. When... Yes, there you go right there. No, if I'm up, if I see the email, if I'm up, I will reply to it. So I like being at that email box. Inbox 0. That's what I'm trying to say. I like being at inbox 0. I love it. So when I see I have a few emails, I'm like, gotta answer the emails. And so, I just keep it open in the background. If I'm playing video games, if I'm cleaning or something like that, I'll just open the email and I'll glance over to the screen. And if I see if I get an email, I'll answer the email. It's the best way for me to stay on top of things because I do get, during the semester, I get between 50 and 100 emails a day, but I answer them all as quickly as possible. They've asked me questions like, Brian, do you want your TAs to get emails? I'm like, no, I want students to know they're talking to me. So they're like, it's on me. So I will answer your questions. I will give you all what I know. And do I still have it up from the other class? When you email me, this is how you'll do it. Yours will say 474, or if you're in 522, so we do have some 522 students in here. So you'll do BZAN 522. That is the graduate version of this class, which has no prereqs. So you don't actually have to know how to code before coming in here. So that's why we call it the graduate version, because there's no prereqs. So anyone in a graduate course could take it, which imagine not having 320. It makes it a little more difficult. But some people also have experience coding, so it makes it a little bit better. But we have here BAS 474 dash your initials dash extra credit. My name is Brian. You can just say hi, Brian, in the chat to me. I like it. Just say hi, Brian. I just want people to call me Brian. People say Mr. Stevens, and I start to feel old. I start to feel bad. I had the last class guess how old I am. I'm breaking the rules here. You ready? Whoever guesses my age first gets 20 points. You get 20 points for the day. I love it. What's up, Madeline and everybody, Mackenzie? Whoever guesses my age first gets 20 points for the day. Carolyn wins. Carolyn wins. Carolyn is right. Oh, you weren't quick enough, Andrew. Yeah, you could have. You could have immediately. But that 18. I wish it was 18. But I should have shaved this morning. Never asked people to guess your age before shaving. But I should make a distribution of this. See, I could make a distribution of this. Oh, I could. I have to clean it. I have a really quick way inside of R now I figured out a quick trick. So I figured out a trick inside of R that if you have numbers that you import inside of R that, let's say you have inside of R this, someone gives you data that looks like this. So does everyone see here this data? Like, this data is a data set you imported right here that's just ridiculously crazy. But watch this. Data, save into open vector, and then I think it is this combo. Nope. I know it. There we go. Got it. You do this, do that, and we want to click away from it now. Good, got it. And now I've just read in that full vector. There's a way right here, and I made a video of it, but once I figured this out, I was like, no way. So you could take and add all the commas next to all the things right there. You wouldn't usually have data that looks like that, but if you notice, I just added commas next to everything with a quick control. And I have a video on it if you're wondering how I did that, so don't worry, like, how did you do that? But when I figured that out, I was like, that's so easy. So I agree. And that's what we try to do is work faster, not harder. So this right here is instantaneous, adds it in, and now the data's been vectorized. So you can see right here, You can just do data, and it's all, there it is. There's the repeating number sequence I made. And it would be, if you were to take this, so many ways you can do it. But I think it's super cool. I like quick things in data, and the smarter you work. The attach function is super nice to learn. Yes, attach is really cool. So, I should make a video on attach, Andrew. I'm into making all these new videos now and explaining what they do. So I should make a function on attach because that's really helpful. Attach attaches a data frame to the global environment, allows you to access the vectors inside of it. Attach attaches the data frame to the global environment. Is the updated version of RStudio version 1.3? I think so. And don't worry if you don't have the updated version of RStudio. That won't be the end of the world. We can do our version right here. I don't know if our version will show us RStudio version. We'll have to look to see if the updated version of RStudio is 1.3. I do not know. That's a good question. I think it's 1.3, but make sure you have the updated R. It's in the help tab. So let me go look at that. I think I updated this. Help. Is it about RStudio? Oh, I need to update mine. I need to update my RStudio. So I would suggest getting the updated RStudio. I have the updated R, but not the updated RStudio. A mod right there. 10 points a mod. Mod, I'm putting you at 20 points. You've been a huge help today. Mod, you're at 20. We're breaking the rules. 20 points. I can break the rules. So I'm the only one who says that. Here's what we got going on. We know what the points are. Let's go back to the beginning and just go through a little bit more of the syllabus to make sure we know what's going on. We understand all this. Class is fun. Keep talking. How does to be successful? One thing I want to say to be successful, keep watching live. Jordan, if it's taking a long time, please email me and we'll look into that. It shouldn't take a long time. It should load up pretty quick. RStudio is pretty light on the resources it uses. So we'll take a look at that, Jordan. Email me immediately and we'll get it worked out. Your homeworks, please turn in your homeworks every night. With the Discord and everything, we're just going to try to help each other out. We're going to try to explain code and stuff like that and keep everyone really positive. I'm really excited about these Discords because it's something I've wanted to do for 201, 320, and 474 for a long time, have a more of a community feel to them. It's something I hear the computer science departments do. It might be Vidrana, so we'll have other people confirm in the chat if 1.3.959 is the newest version. Let me go. Let's go find out. We can find out the answer to that question. There we go. Download RStudio. I'll probably be updating mine later today. Hopefully it doesn't change too much. Does it say right here? 1.3.959. Yep. Great job. You got the latest version. That is the latest version, 1.3. And so they're always updating it, always changing it. And so obviously mine goes out of date. And that's all right. I would say the most important thing is to have R up to date. R up to date. Nice job in the chat right there. Dennis and Hannah and Madeline and Sarah. Excellent work right there. Making sure we're up to date. We know what's going on. It updated by itself last time I opened it. Whoa, why is mine not updating? Jinning, 5 points right there. Why is mine not updating? The analytics labs are basically free grades. So once again, your analytics labs, if you show up, if you work them, they're free grades. I'll probably be working those somewhat during class and also during office hours. So you will see a video on this. I would say the analytics labs, I might work some of those during office hours because I like to go into a lot of detail when we talk through the slides and explain things thoroughly and take all questions. So there is the chance that you might see these in videos, but generally, if you follow them or just watch them, you will get all the answers right. My goal is that everyone gets 100 here. That's basically a free portion of your grade. This is basically the free portion of your grade. Now, the hardest portion of your grade is going to be the tests. So there are tests we have right here where we are going to use Respondus. So these are Respondus versions of the test. Yep, office hours after class, you got it. Sarah right there, 5 points. Respondus. And we are, as a university, looking into, is there better options than Respondus? We will not have that answer during summer session 1. But I'm on a group that is going to be, investigating what's best for students. Because I really want people to know that. Like, if you who saw the question on your TN Voice that said something like, how was the transition to online teaching? How was the transition during this crazy period of time? Does anyone remember that question on your TN Voice where it was like, how did the transition in your class work to online teaching? And so this is going to be Just so you know, that question was probably the most important question the university's asked in like years. That question got analyzed for like every department, for every course, and pretty much all those responses were read. Like my department head was talking to us about how our department did in individual courses and where we thought the successes were. About to take the test, which good. Hey Thomas, good luck. 201, good luck, Thomas. Hey everyone, wish Thomas good luck. Give Thomas a chag in the chat and tell him good luck. Let's throw some positivity. Stat Nation right here. What we gotta do for Stat Nation? I don't know what we do for Stat Nation, but throw Thomas some positivity in the chat right here. About to take the test right here. So thank you, Dennis, right there, and everybody throwing some positivity. And I will say this. So Andrew probably knows this. I don't think I mentioned this yet. Did I talk about Julio yet, Andrew? I think I talked about him last class. But Julio Bourbon is he's a former professional baseball player. He now works for the New York Yankees, and he's part of Stat Nation. So he last class, yep. And so Julio sometimes swings in here. We should just like check. He's like, watch me be able to tag him. Oh, he's not here. So it's so funny. We've had Julio come into the chat and he'll answer a question. He's also like been around in the upper level classes, just checking out what they're doing. It's really awesome. And then he'll tell me things about how like, oh, this morning they were talking about z-scores, or they were talking about probabilities and like multiplying independent probabilities. So he's like all the time seeing how stats is used in baseball. And he's like, yeah, stats is really important. And all the people who are, like good at baseball and good at all these things understand the statistics really well. And so it really helps to understand stats. So that's why we do statistics, is to apply it. Here that we see the programming exams. Pleased with the programming exams. These are some of the things that are more like, when I say something is like really your work, these are your work. Like, do not get help for the programming exams. This is where we've gotten people in big trouble. I maybe didn't stress this enough last class, but we have caught people cheating on the programming exams, and it's really not good. Because programming is like a fingerprint. It's people will try to like take people's codes and then like change it, but we've found things. One time we found that people were posting it online asking for help on things like Stack Overflow. People were like, hey, I need help to do this. And so it was pretty obvious. And then your exams are a lot of times randomly generated. So it was very obvious who it was. And I was like, why did you post your randomly generated? So unless they were being framed by someone who purposely generated their exam and then posted it, but it was very easy to trace back, to be like, you posted this online, and then the answer you put was the answer someone put in a reply to you. So you had someone on the internet, random person, do your work for you. No, they were like, I'm dealing with this matrix right here. I need this to do this and this to do this. How do I do this? And then someone wrote their code. But you know what's also interesting? They were flagged as like unusual because everything they did was not taught in the class. And it was a really long way of doing it. We had like a really kind of like quick way of doing it, and like just a more organized. That's beeping. We had like a more organized way of doing it, and their way was just very disorganized, and I would say not as good. And so it was like, what did this person do? What's going on with this? And then we started to research it, and we found they posted it, and we found their code on it. Because all you have to do is just take their code and just Google search their code, and then you find where they posted the question. It's like, it wasn't that hard to find. We figured out you cheated. And then they're like, I didn't cheat. And then we show them it. They're like, oh yeah, I did. I posted it online. We're like, yeah, you can't do that. So please don't cheat. I think we have that down here. The don't cheat part of the class. So please don't cheat. If you cheat, it makes my life not fun. I hate dealing with things like that. So don't. How do you know if you're cheating? Here's what cheating is not is. Outed by Google. Google will out you every time. You'll be like, cheater. Easy to tell. Cheating is when you are damaging somebody's learning. It's not cheating if your friend is sitting next to you with their computer and they're like, how do I solve this? And you say, well, your second argument is wrong. What do you think you should put there? Now you're basically giving them the answer. You're telling them what's wrong with their code. And you're like, okay, well, that second argument is where it's breaking. You need to change that and it'll work. And then like, well, what do I need to change to? Be like, well, maybe think about something in this range, and you're trying to push them to think. You are helping them learn. They could be Googling these things and researching it, but you're kind of like tutoring them. But then it's cheating, and you have to watch out especially if they send you the assignment and they're like, can you fix this? That's cheating, because then they have lost their ability to learn. You're taking away the learning experience from them. That's cheating. You're doing their work. And so really the biggest way to safeguard yourself is do not email each other your homework assignments or your coding assignments. Do not email each other the coding or homework assignments. So things that I want to see in the Discord that are super awesome would be like, why won't this code run? So you could have here like mean and then like, I don't know, vector A through B. And so right here, you'd be like, well, A through B is not a numeric vector. Like I'd reply like, we usually take the mean of a numeric vector, and A through B is not a numeric vector. So make sure you have a numeric argument in there, like some sort of numeric vector. That's what I'd reply. I'd be like, that is not numeric, so that's not going to run, and take the mean of that. So you're allowed to do stuff like that, where then people who are reading it are learning it, and they're thinking about it, and they're like, okay, why is this not running? What's going on here? You shouldn't be like posting your whole assignment, be like, what did I get wrong in my assignment? That's cheating. That's not good. You don't want to do that. That's like, review my assignment and correct it for me. No, don't do that. So I think we're pretty good on all of this. Let's see. Here's the schedule for the course. We're going to go over some data structures. We're going to do some data cleaning and validation. We've got here for loops and while loops. Who likes for loops and while loops? Can I get some, what do you rate for loops and while loops out of 1 through 10? 1 through 10, give for loops and while loops a rating 1 to 10. What do we got on those for loops and while loops rating? 1 to 10 rating, for loops and while loops. What we got? Where are they at? 5 out of 10? Let me go. I'm going to make a vector of this. We got a 5. Who's got some scores here? 5, 2, 6, 8, 7, 1, 11. You broke the rules. 3, 5, 3, 3, 1. 5 points, everyone responding right there. 7. So, for those who don't know, how important is a for loop and a while loop? How important are these? There's your analytics on it. 9. We got to depend on these last few here. So we got here 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 9, 7. There we go. Oh, it's getting more normal. Look at this. Pretty normally distributed behind my head right here. Got some more 7s. Throw on that last 7 right here. You got it. This is why I like coding, if you can't tell. It's very easy to analyze what is going on right here. It's very easy to look at the distribution of how students score their views on a for loop and while loop. But I ask you this. When you think about these things, we try to learn them in very simple formats. So I always like to show people one of the easiest for loops I know. And you could go here, and you could just go for variable. Let's just call a variable I. And let's go 1 through 10. And let's go here to... This is one of the easiest for loops to do. Sorry, I ran the inner part of it first. This is one of the easiest for loops to do. And if you start to understand how this for loop runs, then you will understand the syntax for a for loop and what it does. If you know why it does what it does, you understand a for loop. One of my favorite while loops to do is this. Who here for 20 points breaking the rules can tell me what this for loop will do? I mean, this while loop, excuse me. It's one of my favorite while loops to run. Who here for 20 points breaking the rules can tell me what this while loop will do? Anyone have any idea what this while loop will do? Oh, Andrew, we need to change this. Andrew, we'll change it right after this, Andrew. You guys got it. Toss, Scott, and Dennis. Yep, it'll keep printing Brian infinitely. I'm just going to crash it. Oh, my gosh. What are we doing? As long as 1 is logically equal to 1, and we stopped it. Let me go and change this. Global options, appearance, theme. Wait, what is it? Which theme did we want? Remind me of the theme. What's the difference? Good question. Good question. Editor. There it is. Where is it? Am I in the wrong spot, Andrew? Do you have to download it? Do I not have it? Oh, wait, editor. There we go. Oof. I'm going to try this. I have to make it smaller. Apply. Oh, this is the one that everyone uses. What do you guys think of this? Is the plot window now white still? May have to work on the plot window. It's like nighttime theme. And then Control-Shift+. There we go. Nice and big so everyone can see what's going on right here. Does this work better for everybody right here? Is this easier to see when I'm on the screen? It's like I'm in my nighttime box right here. Wait, watch this. Let's go up here. Is it Maine? It's Maine. Brian's house. There we go. This is Brian's house right here. You guys like this better? I think it's good. And this helps with like seeing the color differentials. Like it's a better grading on colors. I look so. Let me increase my color here. There we go. My house is nice and bright now. It's too bright. Too bright. There we go. I've got, if you guys didn't know it, I've got a stream deck right here. And I can control my light. Control my warmth and light on this thing. I'll work on that later. Brian, can you confirm real quick what I sent? Been a while since I've had to define the two. What'd you send? I believe with a for loop, you know set the numbers of iterations while the while loop deals with the condition. Dennis, you're totally right. Dennis, amazing job. Yes, sorry, I was messing around with the color scheme and I was looking at that. Dennis, you're completely right. Let's take a look at this for loop right here. And the for loop right here, this is just kind of review for a lot of people. And don't worry, we covered this in this class too. So if you're like, wait a minute, I have no idea what's going on, we do cover this. In the for loop right here, it has within it an iterator. So this for loop is going to iterate 10 times. And the first time it runs, what's it do? It saves into I1. Does that make sense right there? It saves into I1. And then what does it do? It prints I. So the for loop saves into one I, and then it prints I. What does the for loop do the next time it iterates? The next time the for loop iterates, it turns 2 into I. It saves 2 into I. And then it prints 2. And it runs this repeatedly until, doesn't do that, and it runs it repeatedly until it gets down to here, and it does this. No, really good question. Really good question. Look at that, Caroline. Dennis, another 5 points. People were wondering, can you explain in greater detail? And this explains it right here, that the for loop, when it runs, it starts by saving 1 into I, and then it prints I. So I call this a lot of times the kind of the inner part of the for loop, and then we have the skeleton of the for loop. Excuse me, this is the skeleton, excuse me. This is the skeleton, and I call this the control panel. So we see this right here. And then the while loop, what goes inside of here is a logical check. So inside of there is a logical check, and then we could do something. I bet we could do this. While 1 through 5 is equal to, it's going to be mad because it only wants one thing. Let's do this. While I is less than 5, and we're going to go here, and we're going to store I as 1, and then inside of here, we're going to go I and save into here I plus 1. Okay, so does everyone see this right here? While I is less than 1, and then we're going to keep running it. So the first time this while loop runs, what's it going to do? It's going to print Brian, and then in the background, it's going to add 1 to I. Does everyone see that? How many times will this for loop print Brian? I think I know. How many times will this while loop, while loop. How many times will this while loop print Brian? I believe 5 times. Yep. 4. Because it starts off here with 1, and then it goes to 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. So I could do, there we go. So it is 4 times. Great job. 5 points for those 4 times. It is 4 times because when it goes to run the 5th time, I is equal to 5. So when it goes to run the 5th time, I is 5. So it's like can't run, stop. I is equal to 5, stop. So this code stops when the while loop evaluates to what? When the while loop evaluates to what, the while loop stops. And this is good review. When this code stops, when the while loop evaluates to what? 5 points, who's got it? This code stops when the while loop evaluates to what? As soon as the while loop evaluates to... It's a logical thing. That's it, Caroline, you're right. Caroline, you're right. Once that evaluates to false. You got it. Can you also post the code you're in free to? You bet. Adam, you got it. Let me do that. I will post this code So you can see the code I'm doing right here, and I will post it under the modules. So at the end of class, I will post our code. So you are right, Carolyn, 5 points, and Adam, 5 points. Great suggestions right there. If the thing inside of here evaluates to false, like if that is a false, the while loop will not run. So what happens if I do this? Infinite Brian again. Because now it's still evaluating to true at all times because I just literally put a true inside of there. So this will never change it. This is just true at all times, and that will never run. So you have something inside there that changes, and when it evaluates eventually to false, then the code stops running. Does that make more sense, Dennis? Does that help out, Dennis, and everything? Pretty good on that. Integrity, all this good stuff. I think we are getting to the first lecture. Oh my gosh, we're going to do first lecture here. We're going to do it. Okay. It is time, everybody. Let's hop over to the first lecture. Let's do this. Here we are. Your dad is on? Wait, what? If our R skills are still not the best, what do you recommend to do to catch up? Yeah, I'd say a little bit of data camp. Also, Alan, here's the really good thing. We start from the beginning with R skills again. We start from the very beginning with your R skills. So if you're like, Brian, I feel a little bit behind, I don't know what's going on. Well, don't worry. We start at the very beginning again. So, and I am setting up the data camp course right now. So you might still have access to data camp, but I'll be making a class for us. Here's my suggestion to you is one, did anyone, and please give me advice if you think my videos didn't help. I won't be offended if you're like, the videos were too quick. I don't understand it. You talked too quickly. That's what I fear when I'm making these videos because it'll help me make better videos. But did anyone watch any of the videos I sent you guys in the playlist and feel like some of them helped you learn? You like the transition. I love it. Did you guys watch the videos? I've got a really fun button here I should press. It's no longer that day, though. I'll ruin it. So I'm glad. Awesome, Madeline. I'm glad they helped out. That's my goal with those videos is to make videos that are short, help out. Oh, man, that's awesome. That's what I want. Short and to the point. That's what I want, Ishan. Sorry, Ishan. I'm going to get it right. Ishan. Sorry, 5 points again, Ishan. So Ishan, I'm throwing you 20 points. I really appreciate you telling me. You get 20 points to Ishan. I really appreciate you telling me how to pronounce your name. It's always like I fear when I say a name and I get it wrong. I'm like, and then I'm going to make sure I get Ishan right. Does UT offer a data camp subscription? It is free. We'll do free for $474. Yep. You get free for $474 also. I sent them the thing for, I sent them the request. And so we should get word back from them that the course is created. They hopefully do it pretty quickly. I sent it in like a few days ago. It can take them a little while to process the request to be like, I put in a request like every semester. They're like, they should know now. It's like this dude who teaches at UT who's this data camp. So you will get free. Are you talking about Ishan, the stuff here? It's not Wacky Wednesdays. I want to do the Wacky Wednesday button. I'm doing it just for fun. Wait, where's my Wacky Wednesday, dude? Oh, it is 20-point Tuesdays. Oh, because we didn't do Wacky Wednesdays yesterday. So we ended it. Oh, man. Oh, man. I don't know if Wacky Wednesday's loaded up. We got to make some more of those, too. Which one are you looking for, Ahmad? We'll put a little chill music on while we ask Ahmad what he's looking for. This is our like 2-minute break between. Oh, the files tab. Yes. I hid the files tab. The slides. Let's go over to where the slides are at. Slides are located. If you're looking for the slides, go to modules. And you should go to the basics. The basics right here. This is where you'll find the slides. Does everyone have the slides? How are we doing on the slides? Got it? Awesome. Let's go back. Okay. 20-point Tuesdays. And I missed the transition to change this over. Cool. All right. Let's do this. Here we go with the slides. And I will say this. I'm looking for some sort of software that will let me just annotate on the screen. So I'm still looking for that. I want to make sure it's like a software that's not going to mess up the computer. If you guys know a software that'll let me do that, because usually I do these things in Word or PowerPoint, but I'm using a PDF and it doesn't let me really annotate as well on this. Maybe I'll see if like Photoshop will let me view these. But within the PDF editor, I can't like highlight as well. I'm going to get that problem fixed. It's something I've been looking into. But whiteboard maybe, is that what it's called? Send me info on that, Madeline, and I'll take a look at it. But if I could annotate on these like normal, just like writing on it, that'd be great. But I can do it in Word. I can do it in PowerPoint because they have like the tabs for it. But PDFs don't really let you write on them like normal. But don't worry, we'll get that figured out over the course of the semester. It's just one thing that I've been like, hey, how do I write on these slides? Like even better yet. But let's do this. It is time. Let's do this. Now, this may go a little bit quickly because this is meant to be a review. So just to remind you, this may go a little bit quickly. Please slow me down. So Dennis, if you're hearing this, this is the 474 timeline of this, where they've already kind of heard these things. If you notice, we already are talking about programming, where in our class we didn't get to programming. 320 is a bit slower, 474 is a bit faster, but we do go back through the same sort of coding stuff again. So let's see it here. Why do we program? Data analysis in Stat 201 and BAS 320 was easy because there were few, if any, data integrity issues. Now, here's the biggest thing. We had someone come into class who worked at 8451. 8451 are the people who do what's data. 8451 is the company who analyzes what's data. They're very famous for this. They're called Dunhumvee. Who knows? 5 points. 8451 is the group that analyzed, very famous. They analyze Coca-Cola now, Pepsi, Danone, Procter & Gamble. They analyze like everybody now. But they're very famous for analyzing. You may not know. They're responsible for the Kroger coupons. 8451 is responsible for the Kroger coupons. So, yep, Kroger, yes, Ahmad, you're right. They're the Kroger people. That's the big one. That's the one they're really known for. And they have tons of customers. They have tons of data. And you can only imagine that they have to make sure that their data is cleaned. They have to make sure that their data is cleaned, good to go, and just this ready to go, good, amazing data. But that's not usually what we get in data analytics. There's actually these people they call data engineers. So a data engineer, which is the guy who came into our class and talked to us, is somebody who works more about, I think it's shown here next. Isn't it shown here? Where is it? It's not shown on these slides. A data engineer is somebody who takes the data from the consumer and then gets it ready to be analyzed. Now, that's a huge important step right here, getting the data from the consumer to where it can be analyzed. And if you don't get good data for analysis, you can't do analysis. So the whole idea of like good, clean data is a very important thing. So we have to be very, very careful with how we collect our data, with where we store our data, and then even now data security and data privacy is a big issue. So it's more present than ever dealing with data issues. Very, very big. We've got a lot of people just upselling their data. All these people, employees work log for each store, record of what each store has on display, weather records, all this cool stuff right here. Not too important yet. Potential data issues, central database inventory, duplicate items. We see this a lot of times, especially when you look at things like Brickcell and things like that. You can see that people have bad inventories on what they have. They're picking up the piano. So on display may not be accurate. So we see tons of things that are not accurately displayed. I can't tell you how many times, who here has ever gotten a data set and it's just wrong? Like you've gotten data and things like, we've had people input their height as like, one person said they were 73 inches tall. I'll show you it. I will bring up this data set right now. Let's go look at this data set. Who else has ever had a data set that was just impossibly wrong? So I'm going to go to library, reg class. I'm getting used to this new color scheme right here. We're going to load up data, survey 10, and then we're going to do M, save into LM. Oh, we're going to do Andrew's trick right here. If you run attach, it actually attaches the data frame to the global environment. So now we can reach the vectors side. Stopping in to say hi. Oh, Hannah, so good to see you. Good luck on the test if you haven't taken it yet. So good to see you, Hannah. Excellent work. Visualize model. And now we have a regression. So, and actually let's do plot on it. I'm getting used to this new color scheme, Andrew. Do you notice this person right here? Tell me about this person right here. I need you guys to tell me about them in chat. We can't continue on until I know about this person. Look down here. This is real data collected from students. How skinny, how tall? You're right, Ahmad. How skinny, how tall? They actually reported this. Do you think they exist? I don't think they exist. I would say I do not think they are my height and they weigh 115 pounds less than me. Now you know how much I weigh. So they are my height and they're 115 pounds less than me. Apparently I need to lose weight, 100 plus pounds. So 6'3", 75 pounds. Yeah, I know. I agree. Yeah, that could be it. Maybe they reported in the wrong units. Great job, everybody. 5 points, everybody. This is what I want. I want you to look at it and be like, wait, what? And we could find them pretty easily with the data frame. Some really good functions we have are things like min. We can do which min. So if you do which min, you can go here and you can go to survey 10 and you can do height. And that's the position they are in. And then we go to survey 10 and we report their row. Oh, I did it wrong. Go to here and report their row. And there we are. So here is their information. That's a graphical error. So they are a female. Wait. Oh, I did height. Oh, dang it. There we go. They are a male and they are 75 pounds and they are 75 inches tall. They are the lowest weight. So I could also do things like weight equals. So I could do that. I bet I could go right here and I could go to survey 10 weight equals 75. And look, because what this does right here is this does a vector of trues and falses. And so when you look at this, it would report only this true right here, and that'll only return the one true element. Does everyone see how we can quickly and easily use kind of coding in R to find an individual? Like you're like, oh, I want to find this individual who's 75 pounds. I could report all individuals who are 190. Here's all individuals who are 190. I could see how many individuals are in this by going here. Let's just save it as a data frame now. And then I could go here to n rows in the data frame, and there's 15 individuals. There's a lot of ways to do this. There's so many ways to do this with code. But what do you notice about coding? Does it make it easier to slice and dice this data? How much easier was this with coding to figure out all this information right here? It's just like that. You just ask a question. You could change this right here. We could turn this into a function. Watch this. You ready? We're going to call this function called how many weigh. So this is how many weigh this amount. All someone's going to input in here is a number. So let's just input X right here. And then we're going to put X right here. And then let's put return this. And then we run this. And we run our how many weigh. And we ask how many weigh 180. And that's how many weigh 180 in our data set. It's kind of a weird function to make. But someone give me a number. 5 points. Give me a number. How many weigh this amount? You can just ask, how many weigh this amount? You can get the answer just like that now. It'll change the code for you. That function I created just in the moment runs everything I want and changes it. 50 pounds, there's going to be no one. 0. 90 pounds. There you go, there's that. 140. There goes that. 105. Boom. It's just this easy to use it now. You can just do this. You could even put this into an app online. 205, let's do 205. There you go. All of this right here. Hopefully I heard a boom. I gave away my piano today since I'm moving. So I heard them moving it from outside my door, and then I heard a loud thud. Hopefully that was them putting it in a truck. Or maybe they just pushed it over the railing and we're like, we can't get it over. I'm still hearing loud booms. We're back. Okay. So if you can't tell, coding makes things a lot easier. So we have different types of data. A big thing I posted was the video on the different vectors. I think that's a huge help to understanding what's going on with the different vectors we can use. But we also have like images we can put in, which that is super complicated. If you're into like image recognition, like that whole, oh, we didn't see it yet. Kaggle had a competition on deepfakes. We saw it in the last class. So if you were to do the Kaggle competition on deepfakes, then you would have to do image recognition, and you'd have to break down somebody's face into the pattern. Probably one of my favorite examples of this, I'm going to pull up his video in the background right here. One of my favorite examples is a guy named Seth Bling. Does anyone know Seth Bling? Who here knows Seth Bling? Do we have some Seth Bling fans in the chat? I'm currently watching a Disney app ad before this real quick. I'm not watching, I'm just trying to skip it. So Seth Bling created neural nets for Mario Kart. And I'm going to show, I wonder if I can get both things in the picture. Yeah, right here. And all he's doing is taking, so you see right here in a second. Seth Bling created a neural net that analyzes Mario Kart data. Minecraft YouTuber, yep. The Redstone guy, you're right. He creates neural nets. Man, Dennis, you know everything. That is awesome. Dennis, great job. He's got these videos right here where he creates neural nets for Minecraft, from Minecraft maybe, not yet. But he also creates neural nets. And look at this. All this image here is just a pattern. And then you can see the bend in the road. And guess what he's doing? He's just using a regression, basically, curve. This is a sigmoidal curve. This is logistic. Did you guys do logistic in 320? Who here remembers logistic? Does anyone remember logistic in the class? Because we do this in 320. We talk about logistic, and then we'll talk about neural nets here. Yep. So if you did logistic in 320, then you can use logistic in neural nets. GLM, you know what's going on right there. That's the GLM. You want to know a trick? I'll tell you a trick. You may have not known this. Or I'll hop back to that other screen right here. Back. So you may have not known this, but LM stands for linear model. You knew that. You knew LM stands for linear model. So you knew that the LM stands for linear model. And you might be wondering, why am I not using data equals on this? It's because I attached my data frame to the global environment. I could still do y tilde x comma data equals. If you know how to use the attach, then you can do attach right here. And where do I do attach? Attach attaches your data frame to global environment. What does that mean? All of my vectors can now be accessed. Be careful though, because that can cause masking issues. I'm like 50-50 on if you should attach stuff, but it's kind of nice. You no longer have to write data because now the vectors are accessible in the global environment. Does that make sense why that still runs? It still runs because it's attached. But what happens if you do GLM with this? Now I know what you're thinking, but I'm here to tell you everything about the code so you understand exactly what it's doing. Now you might say, Brian, this won't run because your y is quantitative. I almost said categorical. Height, weight is quantitative. But here's the thing. GLM stands for generalized linear model. So when you do a generalized linear model, you can create this because it has another argument, and we'll take a look over here in the help tab. GLM has another argument for family, and the family is set by default to Gaussian. The Gaussian is the normal model, but we oftentimes use it for binomial. Binomial is a two-level categorical. Think binomial, two-level categorical, binomial. So the default argument here is family Gaussian, and you'll remember that if you were predicting something like gender, it might get mad at me here. See, look at all that anger. It's like, what is this? But you go here and you put binomial. So now it works. So this family right here is default Gaussian to start. So interestingly enough, the GLM is set by default to do a linear model till you change the family to binomial, which means a two-level categorical. So we have to put binomial for two-level categorical. Who feels like they understand that a little bit more why we use GLM? So GLM is the generalized, which has every version of the models we can make, and then we can specify. It's like, think of it as like the fine tool. Like it can do, we can choose what we want to do. We can do the linear model, or we can do the categorical binomial model, which I'm showing. Does that make a little bit more sense? Because this is like a little bit of a review to people right now. Hopefully you get a person be like, makes more sense, or no, still don't. Hey, what's up, Camden? So good to see you, Camden. Good luck on the test today, Camden. Can you visualize the data? Yeah. So when you visualize this, we're going to save this into M, and this is where I would suggest using Dr. Petrie's visualized model. He made a really good visualization for this, and there's the visualization of the logistic model, which is what we saw Seth Bling doing just a second ago. So if you rewind the tape, here's the visualization of it right here, and we have it visualizing. You got it. So, but if you're wondering, the way Dr. Petrie coded this, They're down the next set of stairs. The way Dr. Petrie coded this will actually create an error. So I wouldn't. Dr. Petrie coded it to recognize GLM versus LM, and I think I might try to correct it and have him update reg class, but Dr. Petrie has it recognizing GLM or LM, and it should really recognize if you have family binomial or family Gaussian, because right now this is using a Gaussian family right now. So this is using the Gaussian, and it has a problem because it thinks it's trying to plot a binomial. Does that make sense why this error is occurring? It's trying to plot this relationship here with a binomial sigmoidal curve. Who here thinks they understand that? See some more yeses in the chat. That this is a quantitative model, and since it saw the GLM for the visualized code, it tried to plot it like it's a binomial. And that's an error in the reg class. Very small error. So I kind of show you the ins and outs of stuff. Yep. And that's how it knows what to plot. So if I simply change this to LM, boom. Did everyone see as quick as I change it? And I'd have to change window sizes here to fix this. But if I change it to LM, it now visualizes properly. So with the LM, it now recognizes this as a linear model, and it graphs it properly. So just the small change between here is a proper logistic model. Here is where we made a mistake, and it made a goof in the code. Here is me not stretching it, and there it is. You have to redo the graphics if you redo it. You just have to redo. But lots of concentrated knowledge right there. Could you use GLM and change the family? Yep. But then if you want to do the plotting of it, the way Dr. Petrie's code works is you have to have an LM. So you could do a lot of the GLM, and it's fine. We'll use train in this class also. More about train to come later. So you can use the GLM. We've got here the different types of variables. This one I just call a categorical, and there's two types of categorical variables. Who here can give me a categorical variable in the chat? You should know this instantaneously. Don't worry, I've asked this question, people have gotten it wrong, but you should know a categorical variable like that. Who here? I want to see some categorical variables in the chat. I gotta see them. I gotta see them for 5 points. For 5 points. Get those points. Remember, if you're talking, you're still getting points. So maybe you're like, I got my 10 points today, Brian. Well, you'll still be getting points by talking. Favorite color is categorical. Gender is categorical. Pass fail is categorical. Hair color is categorical. All of these are categorical. I'm waiting for an ordinal one. A lot of these, I think these are all nominal. Ordinal has to be put in some order. Country's categorical. Yep. Zip code is categorical. And zip code is kind of ordinal because when you look at a zip code map, here we'll bring up a zip code map. Zip code is kind of ordinal. Let me go up to here and go to zip code map USA. And if you look at all the zip codes, the zip code map of the USA shows that there is some order to it. It's not really a clean ordinal, but there is some sort of pattern to it, but it's a category. There's no amount to your zip code, even though zip code is a number. So 5 points, everyone there answering those questions. Small, medium, large cups, boom. Starbucks sizes, yes. Amazing answer. 5 points, all those answers. Thank you guys so much for the interaction because you know what those types of variables are. So ordinal variables are just categorical that have an order to it. You got it. You got it, Allison. Allison, 5 points. Great job right there. Ratings. Yep. Ratings, sometimes we call those Likert scales. I've always hated that term. I treat them just as numbers a lot of times. Quantitative variables. Quantitative variables are actual real numbers. They're just real numbers. It's a number. It's quantitative. It makes sure it's a real number, like a zip code is not a quantitative amount. So you have to say, like, how much. If you're ever saying a quantitative variable, you would say, how much is this? And there's different types of quantitative. Don't worry, this won't be on the final. It's just we should know quantitative variables. How is data represented? One of the biggest things is the function class or type of. Let's put class right here in the chat, or type of. So class or type of is how you can recognize what something is inside of R. So this is so key. I can't state this enough, and I have to do an example with it. We got it. Sorry, I keep switching back and forth, but I got to show example. It's keeping you interactive. It's keeping you watching what's going on. So when we talk about how R sees an object, when R sees an object, it's going to go here, and let's do a summary of survey 10 gender. Would those numbers be quantitative? Because technically goes, it'd be ordinal because it's like a category. Like your zip code, is it zip code? Zip code would be categorical because you can't say how much is your zip code. Does that make sense? Great question, Dennis. Another 5 points, Dennis. You can't say how much is your zip code. That doesn't make sense. Like my zip code's more than yours. but it means like you're in a different group that is like higher up in the like or across the east-west. So I would say zip code is a bit ordinal categorical for zip code, but it's not quantitative because you can't say how much is your zip code or like how much is your phone number or how much is your area code. It doesn't make sense. You're like, how much is my area code? You're like, yeah, how much is it? You're like, 865? Well, that's a lot of area code. You're like, no, that just means I'm in this group. Referencing a house number such as an address. Yeah, house number would be, I think house numbers would be ordinal also. No, but those are kind of, man, those are hard ones. I'd say house numbers ordinal also because house number can repeat. So it's like the houses that have this number to them. So it's like a group of houses. And so it's not like a quantity of how much your house number is, but it is representative of a position. So it's very, very interesting. I can hear like every flight of stairs go down. Sorry. I'm just like, I told them to be very careful. So, yeah, I was like, don't hurt yourself. Moving a piano. I'm glad I'm hearing it though. That means they got it. So, no, make me think. That's a tough one. Because the way you analyze it, here's the thing. Do you see how GPA right here? GPA really? What are you doing, GPA? Oh, sorry. What do I got? I've got some appended code going. Oh, look. That's all it was, everyone. That's all it was. That was breaking the code. One open parentheses was breaking my code. But does everyone see here? These two things right here analyze completely differently. But watch this, and I do have a video on this. If we go here, and we go this, and we say survey 10, GPA, and we do this, what's this going to do right here? Who can explain what this code does on line 42? We're doing a lot of practice right now. I'm getting your brain back thinking about how to code in R. Like, tell me what line 42 does. Read it as a sentence. As dot factor of this, saving into this. What is this going to do? 20 points first person. We're breaking the rules. It's going to make, I'll take that right there, Ahmad. And Ahmad, you're at 20, so I'm going to give another person 20. Great job, Ahmad, right there. That's basically it. That's basically it. Who else has got it? I want to see some more answers in the chat. Show you're following along. Who's got this? What is this code going to do? Who knows? Be more specific if you want. We should know what the code does before we run it. What does that code do? I've stumped everybody. There's silence. Let's see if we can play some Zelda music for someone to get it. We're putting some Zelda on in the background. Who's got it? We got to get for the end of the Zelda music. Close, Andrew. Close. 20 points, Andrew, for taking a guess at it. Ahmad is more specific. You're right, Ahmad. Right there. Ahmad, you got it. It's going to make it into a factor. It's going to turn, it's going to overwrite. Does everyone see we're saving into the same name? So it's going to overwrite. It's going to take this, turn it into a factor, and then overwrite it. Does that look like, do it in steps. Let's take this, let's turn it into a factor, and then let's overwrite it. So now watch this. Do you remember how this reports like this? Well, now, after we run this code right here, what happens? Whoa. Look at the output originally of GPA, summary of GPA. Now when we turn it into a factor, what? It was quantitative before. Now it's reporting all the factors of the levels. Like you're saying, Ahmad, great wording right there. These are all the different levels within the factor. So like 3 is now a level, 4 is now a level. And it just reports every individual level for us of the factor. We could fix this by reloading our data frame. We've totally messed it up right here by doing this. Where's my data? Survey data. There it is. But this has totally kind of messed up our data right here. So how important is it to know the way R sees the data? If you didn't get it, it's very important. If you don't have R data looking at it correctly, it won't run the correct analysis. So once again, I want to repeat that the way R sees your data controls the analysis. If you have something in there as a factor or as a quantitative or as a data frame or as a matrix or as a logical vector, it'll change the analysis on how it runs it. So you have to understand, how is R seeing that? 5 points in the chat. How can we check to see how R is seeing an object? How can we check? Type it in the chat. This is practice. Who's got it? 5 points right here. Remember, just by talking in the chat, you get points. So even if you, like, I got my points already today, Brian, just by talking. How do we check? I want to see everyone typing it. You got it right there, Mod. Great job, class. Yep. That's how you can check. You can just put, type of. I think it's type of. I use class more often. And truthfully, they're so similar. They do basically the same thing. Or type of. Yep. You got it. Great job, everybody. That's what I love to see, learning how to code. This is the quick stuff. We're going to get through like 10 more slides at least, because this is stuff we should know. Who here knows how to do this? 10 plus 2, 10 minus 2, 10 times 2, 10 divided by 2. And I think we say it later on here, but you have to make sure to have the multiply between. You can't just do like a parentheses, like 2 parentheses 2. It won't do it. It won't run it. You have to do the multiply between. So probably the biggest mistake, str, yeah, that's the structure of it. That'll let you see the structure of it, and that might also report the class. Mod, great job. Structure is the code str, and that lets you see the structure of it. I'll show you something here at the end of class, Mod, really cool. Mod, say at the end to me, be like, yes, was it parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division. You just know it in your head afterwards. You're like, okay, do the parentheses, do the exponents, all this stuff right here. We have right here, this is how R does the math. Cool. We have how to do it. Here's the mistake people make. This mistake right... Well, if they want to do that expression. Do we not show it? Here it is. This is the mistake. This is the biggest mistake I see. Please make sure you know that this will not run. I see this all the time. And I used to do it. You'll probably catch me doing it again. It's just a very common mistake to be like, well, I usually just do parentheses this, multiply this, then I think it'll work. But no, it doesn't work. R says no. We've got right here how to raise things to powers. You just do a raise to. We've got right here that you can raise things to negative powers, or you can do complicated stuff. We've got here square roots. My favorite way to do a square root is SQRT, just square root. But you can also raise something to the 1/2 power. 5-point question in the chat. How would you do a cubed root? If you wanted to do a cubed root of something, what is the cubed root of 27? Someone write the code for the cubed root of 27. I'm going to copy paste it from the chat. Let's hop over here. Cube root of 27. I need someone to write the cube root of 27 in the chat. Like, how would we do that? Cube root of 27. Who's going to help me out here? I'm going to grab your code. Who's got the code for the cube root of 27? Basically, Nin, good job. And then, but what will I do? 27. Cube root. I'm going to steal your code. I got it here. Nice job, Peyton. You got it. Great job, Peyton. Everyone, 5 points for these answers right here. Keep track of your points. Boom. Cube root of 27. You know how to do it. You got it. Cube root of 27. We've done it. Absolute value, ABS. It just finds the absolute value of something. Pretty easy right there. Absolute value. We don't use ln. We use log. Now, one thing that's not on these slides is that when you do a log, the second argument of a log is the base you're taking the log to. So you can do log 10 with this right here. Here's a trick that I did not know, and we got time for just a few more slides here. But here's a trick I did not know. You know what I might be able to do? Can I do this? We're going to try something unique here. Look at this. Oh, I think we might do this when I'm doing all right here. So you can go right here, and you could go and do log 2.718281828459004. This is log base E of E, because that's E, and so that's 1. Give me a graphics error. Don't worry about that. So that's log base E of E, because E is 2.7828, yada, yada, yada. But what if I go here and put that? This is log of 100 base 10. So what should log of 100 base 10 solve to? 2. Do you guys like it better if I'm not doing graphics to do this? How does this look? Do you guys like this? Just a idea for this? I think this might look good right here when I'm doing this. And it's pretty large, pretty easy to see. I think it's even better and easier to see. Do you guys like this better? This is like just me coming with ideas on the fly, like being like, huh. If I put this right here, we don't need the RStudio at the top. So I could do this right here. Yeah, I think we might do like this. Does this look better? Log rules? What is log rules? I think this looks better. So I'll try to keep this in the background like this. Because I don't do a lot of graphics. So I like this better. Probably really easy to see what's going on right here. And then you can't see my global environment, but this is what I'm mainly focusing on. And then I can just be like, boop, back to the slides. Look at that. I can be like, RStudio, no. Oh, look at that. That's really cool. That's good. Like 2.3 raised to the equals. Yeah, I mean, that's what it would equal. You got it, Andrew. 5 points, Andrew. Yep. And then E, this is E raised to a power. So you can't do like E raised to 2. It does not recognize E. It's like, what the heck is E? Now you could do, if you really wanted, you could do this. 45904. So you could do this, and now you can do this. Well, we can confirm I wrote E correctly with EXP and do that. So right here, you can see that we just have E, and there's E raised to 2, but you don't need to save E in. So I kind of went a long ways on this, and I think that's about got it. Scientific notation. We will end on scientific notation. This is the last slide. We start on time. We end on time. This is it for our time. If you notice right here, one thing you can do inside of R is you can actually write something like the following. You can go inside of R. How many digits E do you know, Brian? I used to know 100. I used to know 100. If you can't tell, I used to like that. I'll tell you a story here in a second, one class of it. But you could do 100 divided by 1E3. Wait. Is that right? My brain's breaking. That's how we do it, right? That is how we do it. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, what? Yep, I just put E in there as another thing. Probably shouldn't save E as an object. So that is 100 there because it has 2 zeros behind it. So if you think about this, that is 4 zeros, and that's 10,000 divided by 10,000. So I rarely use the scientific notation option, but it's there. It starts out nice and easy, and hopefully I don't get it wrong, but it's 2.71828184590452353, and I can't remember the rest of it. I had it written down on a sheet of paper, but the 5s like broke it up for me, like, and then there was like 4s breaking it up, but I used to know it pretty well. What happened was, I'll tell you the story. Class is officially over. We'll talk. We got the scientific notation today. You can do negative stuff. You can do E, was it to the -4? And you can see that. But then just to confirm. Oh, wait, what did I do? Oops, I did the mistake. People did that. I'm going too quick. I knew better. That's a save into. So you can confirm right there that what I tried to do, this code right here is the same as this. If you do an equals, it's the same as that. What's up, Ben? I know, Ben. Look at where we got to some coding today. How you doing, Ben? What'd you think of this coding so far? How did you get your screen black? Like, oh man, Andrew was here to help us out. Go to Tools, go to Global Options, Tools, Global Options, and then you'll want to go to Appearance, and we are using right now the Mibervian. I can't say it. And I'm gonna hit cancel right here. I gotta make font smaller to cancel. Oh, okay, there we go. Yep, font bigger. Oh, font bigger. Ah, what happened? Pretty good looking, right? Morbivore. So you see people are at some pretty good points right here. I'm going to hang out for office hours a bit, and we'll just talk about coding like herbivore. Oh, so it's Merbivore. Madeline, thank you so much. 5 points, Madeline, right there. No worries. Andrew, people are liking it. People are liking it. It's easier to see. It's easier on the eyes right here. We got, look at all these. It goes with the orange color scheme. Great choice, Andrew. Got the orange color scheme right here, and then I'll have it right here. So you guys see you got some really great points today, and just knowing how the code works. This is checking to see if that is equal. Graphic error. I need to look more why that graphic error occurs. It just happens when I have the windows all scrunched. Great job on the points. Dennis is well over 100 points, hanging out with our class, chilling, just asking questions, learning a little bit about coding. What'd you guys think? Did you guys have fun today? People are probably heading on out, but did you guys have fun? Did you learn? Are you psyched for some 474? Who's psyched? Who's ready for 474? Who feels like, I got this? I'll be ready. Lots of fun. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. I like that it's fun. I like that we're just kind of chilling out, just going through problems. That's what we do. You're psyched. I like it. We didn't even get to do... So wait, let's head over here. We didn't even get to do a Stat 201 speed run. Here we go. Mega Man time. Mega Man time. I should have clicked over here and got my... I could do it where I do this. Okay, so what do we need to know? Grade first class. Yes, I like that you liked it, Peyton. Here we go. So what was the big things? We're done with class right now. If you're chilling out, I'm just kind of talking about it. One, if I had to say something, email me with questions. Email me with questions. So you will email bstevens@utk.edu. That's what you will do. Email me with those questions. You will do BAS 474 or you will do BZAN 522, depending on which class you are in. So BAS 474, my second attention span has been kept in check for all. Yes! Dennis, that is what I like to hear. Dennis, that is awesome. And then title here. It was a lot of repeat stuff because it's very similar. Oh, I'm gonna lose the speed run. Do your assignments. There we go. What else? What else is very important? You're welcome, Anisha. Sorry, to get it right. Definitely. What else? Do your assignments the nights they are due. Attend class. I can't say that enough. Attend class and interact. I think everyone's pretty good on the first assignment because it was the same as you have in 320. So I'll talk about that more tomorrow if you're wondering what is this first assignment. How much harder is BS 474? I would say it's not that bad. Ben, it's good to have you here. If you notice, we got into the stuff today. We actually started talking. Tomorrow in 320, I'll go slower. So you got to hear the basics of coding. I lost the speed run. So
I lost the speed run. Why are you sorry? This sounds so weird.
Okay, we're taking off the voice. Let's go back to I just like having fun with this at the end here. All right, let me go back to the coding screen right here. I'm glad the syntax is pretty similar to the other coding. Yes, Dennis, that's awesome. And Dennis, that's let me go back to the basic screen. Ring of R right here. Okay. Loops will always be loops. Yep. What Dennis points out here, the high pitched one was better.
Which high-pitched voice are you talking about? This one right here?
This one right here.
I've also got this right here. And we can go over to kind of radio voice or like distorted. I should do the whole class like this and I'll tell them I need like a microphone upgrade. I'll be like something, we're just not getting good audio in the Stat 201 or the BAS 320 and 474 lectures. So we need to fix that up. There's an echo. Thanks, Dennis. I've got radio voice is great. I do like radio voice. That's a fun right there. I'm really lucky. UT's been very good to me on everything I have, and they've helped me build out what I have. And I'm building, for those who don't know, I'm building a studio in Texas. Not like a literal studio, but I'm going to have a room when my fiance and I move to Texas, and I'm going to have that room dedicated. Oh, thank you so much. Is it UG? Is that how you say it? Is it UG? Once you get started working on delivery and install packages, do you ever have to do it again? No, good question, Ben. Great question, Ben. Once you install packages, so I should, and I'll mention this, UG, got it. Awesome. No. I'll explain that more, Adeline. No, I'm still here. No, I'll still be here. Once you set your working directory, you never need to set your working directory again unless you want to change it. So do the default working directory, and then that'll stay your default working directory for forever. And then you could change it like you do a 474 to working directory. When you install packages, Ben, do you have like Steam or anything? Do you have Steam or anything like that? Do you have Steam maybe? If you have Steam, it'll make perfect sense when I say this. Like, if you have Steam, what you're doing right now is you're downloading the video game. So this right here is like downloading a video game to your video game console. Like to, don't worry, Steam is an online thing. So like, have you ever downloaded a song or downloaded anything? This downloads it. So install.packages, yep. So if you installed Plotly last night, you only need to install Plotly one time. But every time you want to use Plotly, so we'll keep that on here, only need to do it one time. So you only need to do that once. But here, maybe I'll start doing this stat one speed. So here, when you do library of Plotly, you need to do every time you want to use it. How do I know I have it installed? Do this. Run this function right here. If you go to library right here and start typing, you should see Plotly start to appear. So you'll know you have it installed if you go to library and it starts appearing. Yep. No, good, Ben. Great questions. You're ahead of the game. And so when you asked how much harder is 474, I have people who take 320 and 474 and they're like, this was not hard at all. Because if you take 320 and you basically stay on top of the work and make an A, then, and Plotly is used for graphics. I can show you some Plotly graphics here in a moment. It was acting weird. I'll have to like go full screen to do Plotly graphics. But yep. So Plotly, I'll show you pages on it. Let me bring up a Plotly web page here. So Plotly, maybe I forgot to send you this yesterday. So let me go main screen here. So here are examples of Plotly graphics. And could you explain the point system again? Yeah, Tosh, we got this here in 2 seconds. So here, I'm going to drop this in the chat. And I want you to take a look at this, Ben, right here. These are all different histograms. You were asking about how to make like stacked histograms or side by side. So they've got all the code right here showing how to make these different histograms right here where you can actually hover over them. And you can even like zoom in with Plotly. So the great thing about Plotly is if you have like a graphic like this, you could do this and zoom into that portion of it. You can double click to go back out. So they show all these different graphics. Do I just copy paste? Yeah, you could literally take their code right here. You can take this code they have, go into your R, and so we're full screen. We'll go right here. We'll put the code in, and then we'll just run the code. And now it's going to probably get mad at me because the figure's too small. It was acting weird too. My R is acting weird. I'm a little scared because there it is. So now if you notice, we have just made this graphic inside of R. I wish it would stop acting weird. I was going to make a video on this, and then it was acting weird, and it's still acting weird. I don't like that. Maybe I'm going to update RStudio. That might be it. When I update RStudio, it might stop this issue. It's supposed to full screen the graphic now, but you could literally take this graphic right here and embed it into a web page as like an HTML. So we're going to go here to the homework 0, and we're going to go inside of here and insert a chunk of code. And so watch this. We're going to go to knit, and is it going to knit as, yeah, so I thought. If it's knitting as Word, it's going to have a problem. Since this is a Plotly file, Plotly files can't knit to Word because Word can't have interactive pictures in it. So now we've just knitted this interactive picture, and you can literally turn on and off the graphics inside of it. So here we have 2 histograms, and you can display the different histograms. And then if you want to change the data that you want to see, the data for this histogram is controlled right here where it says R norm. So if we want to go right here and I want to add in something like survey 10 $, whoops, did I not get survey 10? Oh, I don't understand what that tilde does right there. And I think it does something weird. I was looking at that code and I was like, I don't know what that tilde does. This should work. Let's see if this works. You ready? There's a test of, there we go. We got GPA and we got height. So we got 2 different, really different scaled ones on here. This might be weird. You know, it's always cool to see what happens. Oh, it doesn't like it. Error in Plotly, data survey 10. Oh, yeah. Survey 10 was not loaded up. So the error message said survey 10 not found. So I have to load survey 10. When you knit, it starts a brand new document. So when you knit, it starts a brand new instance of R. So I had to load up, and let's just see how this looks. It's going to look crazy, though. Yeah, you see GPA is on the wrong scale to it. These are all the people who made between a 2.5 and a 7.49, and these are all the people. The bin widths on the scales are very different. So truthfully, if we wanted, we would go here, and I'd probably do weight here. It makes more sense to do this. And now let's knit to HTML again. And just out of curiosity, if we want to embed that code, would you need to import an API? Or oh man, we need to change see, once again, the bin widths are pretty interesting on this. I wonder how much memory it's taking because all of a sudden the computer started up. Can I share the knitted? Yeah, I could literally send you this knitted HTML. It's just an HTML file. So Mod, you could literally just send this knitted HTML file, and it's literally, you know, an interactive histogram. I need to change the bin widths on this. There's a way to change bin widths. You do it on this. Here it is, bin groups 1, but it's something else. What is it? It's like X bins. I'm trying to find the argument. Can't remember the name of the argument. There's one more argument, and let me see. So Toss, you were asking about the whatchamacallit, the points. Could you explain the points this way? Like, are there different points for the points you tell us? The points I tell you, you email me, and you could get up to 10 points a day unless I broke the rules for like a mod. And Dennis, sometimes I'll break the rules. So you're like, I'm breaking the rules, and a mod gets 20 points because I think a mod got 20. So you email me those points with the email title BAS 474 dash your initials dash title here. To actively track data and graph it on a website. This might honestly be the best way to, yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty interactive, and the HTML knitting is working. I need to update my RStudio probably. But once again, if you're putting in the data and you're making different histograms, you could literally hover over this and go right here and do this, and you can zoom in on it. So once again, if you look at this, you can remove this graphic. You can add this one. You can click back here. We double click. Oh, there. We need to put the other one back in. You could remove this graphic. The bin widths, I wish there might be a way. If we went to Shiny, there might be a way to change bin widths. There might be a way to change bin widths with Shiny. Shiny is now like the top tier. Here, I'll show you Shiny apps real quick. So these are Plotly graphics, but then Shiny takes it to the next level. Shiny is like insanity. So let me see Shiny histograms. Oh, wait, someone already made one. Shiny histogram. Okay, so we'll grab their code. Okay, so someone's got a code here for a Shiny histogram. Looks far cleaner than what I've been using for JSON. And some yeah, and then once you know how to do this, so we'll try here. We'll create a Shiny app. I haven't done that much. I've done some Shiny, and I just like never do enough of it. So I'm installing Shiny now. So install Shiny. Okay. I love this kind of stuff. I get so excited. So good that Dennis and everyone's asking about this with Ben and everything. Like, this is the kind of stuff I get excited about. Like, when you guys are like, wait, how do we do this graphic here? How do we do this? It's like, oh, let's check it out. Is this the Shiny? That's not the Shiny. Did I get Shiny? Where's my Shiny? Yes. I said install it. Did it crash? Let me watch. Error compilation fast map package. Ah, really? Let's see what's saying. Error packages fast map. What error have we come across? Okay, that's installed now. So I just tried to manually install a package. So let's see if it crashes here. We got to watch this screen now. Sorry, I'll look at you in 2 seconds. Okay, we got to watch, see if an error occurs. Successfully installed. Okay, we're looking good. It's so weird to me. Sometimes you have to go down here and manually do something. It's looking like we're good. Hopefully it loads, or else this just, yeah, error debugging is the best part. Can you just install and oh, so what it is we're looking good. Looks like it's doing it. It's okay. We're just gonna hope that these aren't errors. So we'll just hope. Oh, we did it. Histograms, it did it. Single, delete that out. Okay, cool. So now we've got a Shiny R app up here. And it's saying server. Why is it mad about that? Let's just run it. See what it does. Save selected. Is it up? It's an error. They said their function would run. They said it would run. Warning in hist must be numeric. Oh, this is the broken code. Haha. Let's not take the broken code. Let's take the code that works. How about we do that? Let's take the working code. Okay, here's their working code. So here's the working code. Let's save the app. And here's their, I said histogram. They're creating a scatter plot with wow, that's pretty interesting. So this right here is and we can change the window size on it, should augment. This right here is, and it creates a histogram down below. So if you notice, and we're making a histogram of the variable 1. I wish we could change it around so it says variable 1. So, yeah. They said it would run. But this right here has plot output of histogram, has plot output of box plots. So they're doing individual box plots for each level. It almost looks like a linear regression, because it's just that there's more levels contained at that. And it looks like the second variable is what we're doing there. If we did this, that's gonna creates individual box plots for everything. And then wait, histogram of empty cars data 1. So is this? Yeah, it is doing it the first variable. I wish it actually said the name of the first variable. We could work with this and actually get it to input the name of the first variable. So then it wouldn't say empty cars data 1. We could have it do a string search and give the name. But you could think about this. So who was it? Was it Dennis? You were saying that you were trying to do some like fitness app stuff. You could have people select a certain metric they want. They could be like, oh, I want to look at this. And then it would graph it. And you could even fit lines to this or whatever you want. This is just a very basic thing that someone created right here with the different inputs. And then you see it just outputs. It does like a render plot. It's taking the data, making the histogram from data 1. And then you can see where they store data 1. Data 1 is reactive. So then we would also need to grab the name of whatever data 1 was called. So we'd have to see it's just reactive, which means when somebody changes the box, it'll react to it and then it will store into it. So it reacts to whenever this box changes. So we change it to HP and then this goes into play and reactivates on it and restores what data 1 is. And then all the code down below is run again. So numbers of cars on each floors. Yeah. Oh, that'd be amazing. Yeah. And then you could create a visualization right here. What's even better is people create like these shiny dashboards. So let me go grab a shiny dashboard right here. So here's shiny dashboards. So this is like, I mean, when you get into this level of stuff, you are, top tier, and this is what people pay for. Like, this is some of the, so here's a shiny dashboard someone created. I haven't played around with this one yet. It's a little bit small for me to see. Oh, you can search? Oh, wait. Ingredients. No available data. I don't know how this one... Type of ingredient. Oh, here's all the ingredients. Add ingredient. This is so complex. I have never... Cheese. Slice, quantity. We're adding in 5 slices of cheese. Whoa. So, yeah, I've never worked with this dashboard. High levels of some of the saturated fatty acids. So this is quite complex, whatever this person made. It's so complex. So you can't knit. Oh, let's check that out. Can you post your error message? What's it saying, Andrew, when you try to do that? I have a few ideas. A virtual tab of learning physiology. Large data hospital right here. I'll show you the best one I've seen in a while. So this is all done in Shiny, and it's loading up right now. So it's initializing. They must have it on a server, and it's initializing their server. So does it say? It says waiting for, it's waiting for their server. So hopefully they still got their thing up. You don't have the option? We'll fix that. Oh, I was really hoping to see this Shiny app. Shiny, if you say this Shiny app's available, you need to show it. I have no idea what this one is. You should load. Okay, it's loading. That person might have removed theirs or changed theirs or something. So weird issue I'm having right now, and I've already emailed you about it, but when I try to knit assignment 0 for some reason, Skype sharing options open up and it doesn't knit? That's so weird. Hopefully, let's see if anyone else is having this issue, because Andrew says his is not knitting also. And Shiny's not working. I need to talk to them and be like, your Shiny apps have issues. Andrew, you're saying you're not seeing the knit button. Let's go back here to homework 0. Let me download your guys to make sure I put the right thing online. So I'm going to go over here to your guys' class. I'm going to download in the assignments, and I'm going to follow through the process you would to see if everything's working. Okay, I'm going to grab the homework 0 summer 2020. I'm opening it inside of R. It's there. Okay, everything looks good. And it's there. Let's see what issues people are having. I installed Shiny, and it's not working on my R Studio either. Oh no, Ben, we'll look into that next here. You don't have this option here, Andrew? I think I know what the issue might be, Andrew. I have an idea. So, Andrew, you do not have that option, right? I think we can fix Andrew's problem. I got this, fam. Are we still we're in the big screen, right? Good, we are. Okay. So, Andrew, I want you to do this. I want you to go to File, Save As, and I want you to tell me what the name of the file was. I want you to go to File, Save As, and I want you to tell me the name of the file. So just tell me the name of the file it is. Go to File, Save As, and I want to know the full name of the file. I think we're about to see a common issue I've seen before. Go to File, save as, and then tell me that put the full name of the file in the chat. Because I bet you at the end of it, it says .txt or something. And I've seen where it downloads that way from the UT side, and I don't know why it does that. Some computers do that. If someone ever figures out why it does that and we can fix it from doing that, I've seen it before, but I think it's going to say .txt at the end of it. I bet it does. It doesn't have a .txt at the end of it. When you go to save as, I want you to go to the end of it. No dot. I want you to go to the end of it and go here and go .rmd. I want you to do that. Just add .rmd to the end of it. Do that right there and type .rmd. So go to File, Save As, .rmd, and then save it. See, mine says mine's already there. Replace it, and then tell me if the text changes colors. Tell me if the text changes colors. When you go to File, Save As, .rmd, and tell me if the text changes colors. That should fix it, I think. Because I think it wasn't saved as an RMD. I think it somehow came down as a .txt or something. And that should overwrite its file format and save it as a .rmd, I think. And then the shiny. You don't see the color change? Did the knit button appear? I've got another way around this. You ready for way number 2 around this, Andrew? Way number 2, go here to File, go to R Markdown. Go to File. So you have the knit button? Wait, I'm sorry. Is there just no word? It just has like H. I'm so confused. Do this, Andrew. Go to the plus icon right here and go to New R Markdown. Go to New R Markdown. So go to New R Markdown. Does that make sense? Go to New R Markdown. And then open up a new R Markdown file. Now take everything inside of here. And then paste it inside of here. Also, maybe try re-downloading the file because maybe something got changed. But paste everything inside of a new file. And yeah, send me screenshots if it's not working still. And then, Ben, you installed Shiny. It's not working on your RStudio. What error messages are you seeing? Or is it not doing library Shiny? Like when you do library, does it not show up there? What's ggplot? Yeah, ggplot, basically like, so here's the levels of it. So the levels go like this. You've got like, at the base level, you've got, let me do it this way. Great questions, Ben. Great, Ben. You can't tell, this stuff is widely used. It's like super cool. Starting at the base, you've got ggplot. 2 seconds. I'm gonna vanish. Right back. I'm back. So ggplot2 Plotly Shiny. So here's the best abbreviation on it. So I'm trying to run library Shiny. Oh, there's a run example. Oh, wait, and then make sure you're doing those on separate lines. Let me try those. So library. So you'll do this right here. And then there's the run example. So we should see, yep, run example right here. So this is launches Shiny examples and optional. Okay, cool. And then there's the 0, 1 hello example. Whoa. Whoa. Look at this. They're showing you all the code and everything. What is it? And if you notice how I ran it right here, run them as separate lines right there. And then you can get to see their example right here. And look, they're changing the bin widths, numbers of bins. So now, if we want, we could put this into our code here. Hey, what's up, Hannah? Awesome, Ben. Awesome. So good to see you, Hannah. Look at all this coding fun we're doing. We're changing bin widths, which we talked about bin widths in 201. Let's go to one bin. Here's one bin right here. Hey, people know each other in chat. I love it. Let's go to crazy bins. Look at what we can do with these apps right here. And it should augment size to window. You gonna do that, Shiny? Not gonna augment? There we go. It's augmenting. So Shiny allows us to do things like this to make interactive graphics. So Hannah, imagine if the pizza place, and I should have done this. I was thinking of doing this for one, but time just goes so quickly. I was thinking of doing it where for the pizza place, I could put in their data, and then you could literally have this online for the pizza place to like analyze their data, and you could have them pull up their weekly data, and you could put a report below here, and it would just analyze it, and you could make the histogram right here, and you could control it or change the way it looks. Yeah, this is the kind of cool stuff we can do. And I'd love it one day if I teach a class on like Shiny and stuff like that, but I need to up my game. Yeah, I know. I was going to write a whole report. I was going to do the Stat1 project for you guys, but do it in our studio to show what could be done, to be like, this is why we do stuff in our studio. And yeah, but then I got busy. Yeah. Install Red Class, Mice, Lubridate, Carrot, anything else you need? You could do Shiny, like Shiny, ggplot, and Plotly. Those right there are great. ggplot 2, Plotly, they're all lowercase. Excuse me. Try not to get on the microphone, Brian. Don't do that. These are really great right here. They're all for graphical stuff, and there is stuff on DataCamp on how to do these. So this is like well beyond the class. Like, I mean, now it's like, oh, it's not like it's really tough, but we don't do it in this class because we're not. Data visualization is very important, but we just don't do it. So many parents don't future-proof or leave any room for flexibility. It makes everyone's lives more. Dennis, you're so right. It's so tough. We need to be as flexible as possible and make it so it doesn't work. My R does not recognize Shiny, only Shiny app. So do this. Run this line of code right here. I'm going to give you a line of code. Oh, it's still running the app in the background. See how it says it's listening? We need to close off the Shiny app because it was still running. So there we go. Run this line of code. Run this line of code in the chat right here. Run that line of code in the chat. Yeah, maybe. And it went to the CRAN survey. You should be all right. But run that line of code right there. That should get you Shiny. That should install. And then if you go to library, the way you know you have Shiny is if you go to library Shiny and you can load it up. And I bet if we do run example and we don't put anything inside of here, look, valid examples are, thank you for telling me, because that's what I wanted to know. So now we can see some other examples they made of how to use their Shiny apps. And so here is choose a data set, cars, and look at this, number of observations to view. Can we change that? Oh, and then it shows us 100 observations. So someone could ask to view 5 observations of your data set. So you look at this, with the pizza place, someone could want to know like the ratings of our score or stuff like this. So you could literally click and select any of these and look at a distribution. So choose a data set, cars. Oh, these are different data sets, not just, so it's doing all the variables in the data set and it just displays for you and that displays the observations. Oh no, you're welcome, Ben. This is what we do. If you want to know things, I'm just here to help. That's what I do. I appreciate that, Ben. Dennis is helping me. Dennis he just set up Discords this morning. I was like, hey, would it be cool if we had a Discord? And Dennis is like, I got it. And I was like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we had a 32474 Discord? Dennis is like, I got it. And 201, I got it. And I'm like, thanks. Thank you, Dennis. I've never done that before. So we all lean on each other's knowledge. We all help each other out. And just because I teach business analytics, I don't know everything. I know a lot, I'd hope. But you guys are here to help me too. You guys are here to help me. Help me learn. Just clip that. My teacher says we need to help him learn. Yeah, I totally stand by that. Help me learn about Mega Man. What? It's not my Mega Man music. There we go. It works. Yeah. my Mega Man jam. What is the other example? What are the other examples here? Reactivity. Reactivity. What is O3? What is O3? Oh, that's awesome, Dennis. Oh, that's what we try to do. We just try to be fun. We just try to enjoy ourselves on here. It's, you know, this looks like the same thing. Did they make the same data thing? I guess it is. We just try to have fun. We just try to enjoy our time. This is more meant to be like a class where you interact and just learn through helping each other. I mean, I'm going to help you guys too, but okay, cool. We got some side-by-side box plots. So they gave us the code needed for a side-by-side box plot. So you could go to your data sets and make, yep. Yeah, no, and computer science is awesome too. So, but business analytics seems, yeah, business analytics is pretty much just like learning how to code and do everything and use it in the business setting. So that's why I like it. Computer science is very, very tough. Computer science is, put it this way, I've seen what computer science people can do, and I'm like, whoa, because it impresses me. So I can import data from Excel or my clipboard and then run it inside of a Shiny. Yep. Here, let's show how to do that. What you want to do is, I think I have a data file here. Okay, do you see how, so watch this. Here's some big key steps. So got the knit function back, but still nothing. Send me a screenshot, Andrew, or tell me what it's doing. Tell me what it's doing. We're so close, Andrew. We got this. So here's what I want you to do, Ben. I want you to put your file inside of here, inside of your working directory. Do you see how I have project1.csv? It's behind my head. So project1.csv is behind my head right now. I wish I could highlight that text. So that file is in the working directory. Is your file a CSV or an Excel file? Is your file CSV or Excel? It's fine if it's Excel. Don't worry. It's a CSV. Okay, cool. Read.csv and then put it in quotes. So project has to be capitalized correctly. Project1.csv. This will read it, but we want to save it. And I'm going to call it here project1. There you go. So here I'll put it in the chat so you can see. But that's how that code works. So the only argument in read.csv is the CSV file you want to read. You can do more arguments. And you can always see how something works if you do a question mark on it. And read, you see there's many different read things we can use for different types of reading. And here's the documentation behind my head right now on how to use the read.csv. But that'll read it into the global environment. And then your data frame's just right up here. We just loaded it in. Load it in. That's how it goes. So just change the name. Make sure it's there. So after I save it as something, how do I use Plotly? So now that it's in here, like let's say I want to use, so you want to use Plotly on it, right? Do you have your code that you want to use? Which code did you want to use? You might have to tell me where to go to get the code, or if you've written the code. So if I click the word or HTML plop on, I just click knit, it takes me to a new page of R, kind of like Word, but still RStudio. Oh, we might have to hop on a Zoom call, Andrew. It takes you just a new page? I have no idea. It should go when you go here to knit. It should bring you to... It should go... I have no idea what's going on. You might send me... I think I can look at a screenshot here in the background. Awesome, okay. Library, okay. Let me drop this in. I'm going to go over to here. Okay, we got to keep this one on because that's from class. Okay. Okay, so that's a bad so you see that's just stuff right there. Okay, so Plotly, that's that line of code. Histogram. Okay, there we go. Oh, okay, I know which one this is. This is the one from the thing. This is a piping option right here. This pipes it into it. The figure is being put into this. So the figure is going into this add trace. And so they're adding a trace to it. It's called a piping option. It's like, think of it as like a pipe, like things flow through it. Like the figure, and then last but not least, we're going to display the figure. So first line of code right here is to initiate the Plotly package to get everything loaded up in Plotly. Second line of code creates like a histogram storage unit for us. It also creates on it random numbers, 100 random numbers, with a, wait, R norm 100. What's the second argument again? Let me look at the random numbers. Is it a mean of 5? Yeah, mean of 5. Standard deviation of 1. Default standard deviation of 1. And then we get here, add trace to it with 20 random numbers with a standard deviation of 5. So then there's a smaller histogram made. And then we add bar modes. This is putting a gap between the bars. So we can view this all. And then, so I'm going to use a data set right here, and hopefully it loads up. I've just had weird issues. Like I said, I'm going to update RStudio after this, because I don't know. And hopefully, one time RStudio was taking up a lot of memory. So I'm hoping that it doesn't start just chewing up memory, which was weird. I've never had these issues before. Okay, so if we want to use our own data on this, this is where the data is coming in right here. This is the data being accessed. And one thing I'm trying to understand also, which Dennis, or if anybody knows, I know what the tilde is generally used for. I just don't understand how it's being used here. Usually use it in formula formats for y tilde x comma data equals. And I guess since this is the x variable, they're putting it here. But I'm usually just doing things like, I'm going to put in my x variable without the tilde. I don't know why they put a tilde. And I hate not knowing why something is there in code. Like, well, why is that there? And it works without it. So why do we need it? And then what does that change if we add it in? I don't know everything. I know a good bit. And so we're going to go here and we're going to look at our vectors. So we already read in our data, our project. Is it joining variables? You might have to explain normally how it's used. So it's because when we add the tilde, it still works like this. So this is, we have tip amount, time of day, and so I have tip and time. Let's look more into it. So that's there. And then this right here, we're just going to go project 1. And look at the autocomplete. I think, Ben, have you figured out what the $sign does? Like the $sign lets you reach inside. Oh, look, there's like more attributes I can use. This is different. This is what's different about it. At least I'm noticing this, is that if I don't use the tilde, if I just do this, then, oh, I get those still? Oh, well, hope my data came in properly. Those shouldn't be in here. Huh, well, I don't know what the tilde does then. I thought I got excited. I was like, those look different. So we'll go to time. How did my data set import? Maybe because I used the tilde. You see, those data things aren't there. I don't know what's going on. It carries the dependent. Yeah, that's what I know too, Dennis. Like, we were doing that over here, and it carries the independent and the dependent, like right here. So you're right, the y tilde x. And then I don't understand how they're using it right here with just a 1 tilde. I guess because you look, it's on the right-hand side, so they're doing x. So they're like saying there's no y. So maybe they're just being like thorough in their code, being like x is equal to this, and then they're doing a formula format. I think of it as the formula format, like y tilde x. So it's like like you said, the independent, the dependent. And then since that is the x variable, they're just putting it on that side. Like if they did a y, they would do something, I don't know. And some code wants it in a specific way. So this might plot or it might not. Oh, it did plot. Hey, Plotly, thank you for working for once. But now here we are. Here's our 2 plots. Is that working there, Ben? Is it making the... And one thing I want to note is that the bars are actually... or maybe they're not. Go away. I know how to bring it back. I guess they are stacked on top of each other. Because at 20, it has a little tiny... Yeah, so I guess they are stacked on top of each other. So these are histograms where they're kind of stacked. And this is kind of a good one. So you can only see one variable for project 1 in Plotly graphic. No, this is both of them right here. And we could probably change the name of the trace. There's ways with Plotly to change the name of this trace box right here. But you can change it so you can see like one of the variables or 2 of the variables. So you can deselect. And that's the cool thing about Plotly graphics. We can add titles to this and everything. But you can zoom in on parts of this, like anything you want to zoom in on here. And just be like, oh, zoom on that. So go away, back to normal. But is yours doing is it making your plot the way you want it to? You did project tip, and what was the other one? Yeah, so I did just the names of the 2 variables. Sorry about that. And so the names of the 2 variables, whatever you want to do. Yeah, Dennis, you are like, man, thank you, Dennis. If you can, I don't understand. I don't know why it's there. It works. You know what's gonna be crazy, Dennis? Watch this. Watch this. Works. What's the? It works with or without it. I like how you Googled it in a second. You understand. And I'm still like, what's going on? It's like y tilde x, but why are they using it when you don't need it? I mean, is it just they're just being extra, right? Yeah, that's. Oh, and then Ben got it. Yeah. I think Ben's understanding how his code works. Ben, you are way ahead of the game if you're doing stuff like this. If you're doing stuff like this is day one, Ben, and you're already like, yeah, I think it's future proofing too. But Ben, you are just crushing it. Had you ever coded before this, Ben? No, because you were in 201. So this is your first like. I wish we did Plotly. Never. And you're already figuring out how this all works. It's just breaking it down bit by bit. And then like Dennis and I are like, what does that little thing do? Because in coding, you want to know what everything does. You want to know how everything works. To be something you may not know right now, here, Ben, I'll give you a little more tips on this. This is the save into. So if you go something here and you do X, like that, that's save into. So it saves 2 into X. So I now can literally do X plus X. So it just saves into that object. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad they've been helping. Yep, so that just saves into that object. So that's what we're doing here is we're saving something into figure. Plotly opens up like this. So what is this Plotly thing? This is a what? So Ben, you shouldn't, don't worry. I'm quizzing you, Ben. Don't worry. Ben and Dennis, you get another 10 extra points for hanging out here in office hours, just chilling out. First day office hours, good fun. What do we call this Plotly thing? Like, what is it? Yep, and then it's in the global environment. You're right, Ben. You know what's going on. You save it, and it's saved to the global environment. You see it right there. You got it. What do we call this Plotly thing right here? It's a what? Because actually, you know what I can probably do? Class and do Plotly, and it'll tell me what it is. There we go. Connor, what's up, Connor? Look at it. Is this? Oh wait. Look, oh my gosh. It's a function. Warning message. Class null. It's a function. Connor, how you doing? Connor, we got the grant, all this good stuff. Connor, I was like talking about you and everything. I think I was talking about you like 2 classes ago. And then Connor appeared because I said Tim. So but we got the grant. So we're going to look at getting some student workers and having them do some work for us, making some cool stuff. So if you guys know people who like know After Effects, Photoshop, and stuff like that, yeah, that's awesome. No, thank you guys. And LinkedIn like blew up. Like LinkedIn, people were like tagging me, and I was writing everyone back, and it made me feel really special because everyone was like, "Oh, I remember Brian." And I'm like, "Hey, so and so from such and such." So you guys are right. Like, look, Connor comes to the rescue and jumps in here and says, "This is a function." So Connor, what are these inside of the art? What are these inside of the function separated? I said, shoot. What are these inside of the function separated by commas? Everyone knows. Once you know this, it's like, well, those are obviously this, Brian. Like, once you know it, you'll know instantaneously. Awesome job, Ben. You're welcome. You're welcome for the help, and great job. These are arguments. These are arguments separated by the commas. And then we have the piping option, which is made popular by the dplyr packages. See you, Dennis. I'll head off here in a second, too. But Connor, so good seeing you. Good having you in class today, Andrew. You're going to be ready to go. Hey, Connor, are you still here, Connor? Dennis helped us make Discords this morning. So it looks like, oh, you timed out? Are you still there? Dennis helped us make Discords this morning. So I'm going to check my email in a bit here. Yeah, and then I'll check. We'll figure out the knitting thing. We got this, Andrew. So we're going to have Discord for 201, 320, and 474, it looks like. I don't know if it's all on the same channel. Actually, I'd be good with that. So people could kind of hop around and see and just join the undergrad stats like Discord. So we'll have a Discord going, it looks like. And then people can like ask for tutoring. They can talk to each other. But I'm really excited about this Discord because I've been wanting to like do something like this for a while. I've been like, we should do a Discord, and then like we never do it. And now it looks like we got one because person in the class knew how to make it really quickly. We've got the new color scheme going. I think it looks great. We've got the windows over here. We'll go back to the slides. Do you guys want to see? I'll show you guys one last thing here, and I'll end class with it. Can you brighten the screen any on R? Is this not bright enough here, Andrew? Like, how does it look? Is my screen bright enough, or are you saying can I make my screen brighter? Do you need my screen brighter, or how does this look? I don't know how to make it brighter. I'll have to figure that out. Is this good enough right here? Is it easy enough to see? I think this color scheme works pretty well. Yeah, and Andrew. Can you see this color scheme, Andrew? Does this one work for you? Is it tell me if you need any suggestions on it, right? It looks off. I don't know. I don't if you can see them? Good. And I think it's big enough too. I like this a little bit better because I think it's a little bit bigger. You know what we have for Wednesdays? We have Wacky Wednesdays. I love this one. I do these things just to make myself smile. Oh, man. I love that one. I need to make a Thursday and Friday one, though. You can't see the types? Oh, good. I'm glad you figured it out. Oh, man. I think that's got it for the day. I think that's got it. I'll let everyone go, but if you want to hang out here, I'm going to go to my office, and everyone knows what that means. Brian's going to go to his office, so hang out here. Oh, wait, so is it good by you? Is it, does it work for your eyes, Dennis? Does this color scheme work for your eyes, too? We're just trying to find one that works for everybody. Is this like it'd be fine? Okay, cool. If you want, just chill out. I'm going to go to my office real quick. It's one of my favorite things to do. I'm just going to head over to my office, so if you can... You just chill out here. I probably won't be back, but let's see what happens when Brian goes to his office.
Hey Brian, what's up?
Hey, Adam.
Oh, what's this?
Adam, what are you doing? Adam!
No!